You think you know Christmas cooking? Think again. Our grandmothers filled holiday tables with dishes that have since vanished, passed down through whispered instructions and lost when they were gone. Let's dig into 4 hours of forgotten Christmas recipes you'll wish you knew sooner. Apple dumplings were once the grand finale of Thanksgiving, a dessert that made people gasp when it landed on the table. Whole apples were peeled, filled with cinnamon sugar and butter, wrapped in pastry, and baked until the crust glistened with syrup and the apples softened into tender perfection. When you cut into one, steam rose in fragrant clouds, carrying the smell of spice across the room. These dumplings felt like a celebration of the harvest itself, each one a reminder of the orchards and autumn days that shaped the season. But they required time: peeling, stuffing, wrapping, tending to the syrup. Modern holidays moved faster, and pies became easier to assemble and serve. Slowly, apple dumplings lost their place, remembered only by families who still valued slow cooking and dramatic desserts. Yet even today, one bite of a warm dumpling is enough to understand why they once stole the entire show. A dessert meant to be savored. Fruitcake soaked in brandy for months was the Christmas tradition that divided families but represented serious baking dedication. Dried fruits were soaked in brandy overnight before being mixed with flour, eggs, butter, molasses, and elaborate spice blends. The batter was packed into pans lined with parchment and baked slowly at low temperature until dark and fragrant. Once cooled, the cakes were wrapped in brandy-soaked cheesecloth and stored in tins, with more brandy added weekly. By Christmas, they were moist, boozy, and incredibly dense, tasting of concentrated fruit and spice with serious alcohol undertones. In proper households, fruitcakes were made in November or even October, the aging process considered essential to achieving proper flavor and texture. They were sliced thin and served with tea or after dinner, meant to be savored slowly rather than devoured. Today's mass-produced versions cannot match the depth or the ritual of homemade fruitcake aged properly with quality ingredients and genuine patience. Butterscotch Drops were the amber-colored candies that delivered rich, buttery sweetness in every slow-dissolving piece. Mothers cooked brown sugar, butter, and corn syrup together until the mixture reached hard crack stage, the butter creating a richness that plain sugar candy couldn't match. Dropped by spoonfuls onto greased baking sheets, each candy spread into a flat disc with slightly ruffled edges. The color ranged from pale gold to deep amber, depending on how long the sugar cooked, with darker candies carrying slightly caramelized, almost burnt notes. Children loved the way butterscotch melted slowly in their mouths, releasing waves of buttery flavor that seemed to last forever. Some mothers added a splash of vanilla or a pinch of salt to enhance the butterscotch taste. These candies were perfect for tucking into pockets and lunchboxes, hard enough to survive without melting or crumbling. Butterscotch Drops represented simple candy making at its finest, requiring only basic ingredients and careful temperature control. Fruitcake icebox cookies were the quieter cousin of the famous fruitcake, but in many kitchens, they were even more beloved. These cookies required no baking at all, just crushed graham crackers, condensed milk, and bits of candied fruit mixed together and chilled until firm. The recipe was the perfect solution for busy homemakers balancing work, family, and a holiday meal that needed to stretch far. Each bite tasted like nostalgia, soft, chewy, and filled with the flavors of spice and sugar that marked the season. They were stored in tins or waxed paper and handed out with care, the kind of treat that improved with time. Fruitcake icebox cookies proved that you did not need an oven to make something that tasted like Christmas. They were quick, clever, and comforting, a glimpse into an age where every ingredient mattered and every crumb carried love. Today, they have all but vanished, replaced by store-bought trays and glossy desserts. But somewhere, a grandmother still remembers how the kitchen smelled when the first batch set in the cold. Dried corn pudding was Christmas side that transformed summer's abundance into winter celebration. Field corn was dried on the cob in late summer, then cut off and stored in jars. Come Christmas, the dried corn was ground coarsely and simmered in milk with butter, sugar, and eggs until it became thick custard. The result was sweet and creamy with toothsome texture from corn pieces. In rural communities, dried corn pudding represented foresight, preserving August plenty for December scarcity. The pudding was comfort food that tasted like summer sunshine captured and held through winter darkness. Served warm, it accompanied ham or turkey perfectly, its sweetness balancing savory main dishes. This proved mountain cooks understood food preservation and flavor balance, creating dishes that honored both seasons and made winter celebrations possible through summer work and planning passed through generations. Old-fashioned fruitcake loaf was one of Betty Crocker's most persistent holiday recommendations, a dense loaf packed with candied fruit nuts, spices, and warm winter aroma. It was mixed, slowly baked carefully, and cooled fully before slicing, sometimes wrapped and stored for days to deepen the flavor. For many families, it became a gifting tradition because the loaf traveled well and symbolized care and effort. The colors of red, green, and gold fruit pieces made each slice look festive, even if the flavor was richer than modern tastes prefer. Fruitcake slowly faded from popularity, but older generations remembered its place on Christmas tables and its importance in holiday sharing. In Betty Crocker's cookbooks, it stood as a symbol of patience, tradition, and the belief that some desserts were meant to last beyond a single day. Roasted chestnuts were the Christmas snack that filled homes with their distinctive sweet, smoky aroma during the holiday season. Street vendors once sold them from carts in every major city, but families also roasted their own over open fires or in the oven. The preparation required scoring each nut with an X to prevent explosion, then roasting until the shells split and the meat inside turned golden and tender. Peeling hot chestnuts was its own ritual, fingers working quickly to remove shells before the nuts cooled and became stubborn. The flavor was unlike any other nut, starchy and sweet with an almost potato-like texture that melted on the tongue. Families would gather around fireplaces, passing warm chestnuts hand to hand while Christmas carols played. The nuts also appeared in stuffings, soups, and desserts throughout the holiday season. Today, fresh chestnuts are hard to find, and the skill of roasting them has largely been forgotten. Those who remember the taste recall it as Christmas itself. Salt pork and potatoes appeared on Christmas tables when fresh meat was beyond reach, the preserved pork providing flavor and fat that transformed simple potatoes into something worth celebrating. Salt pork cost far less than fresh cuts and kept indefinitely in cool cellars, making it the protein that struggling families could actually afford. Thick slices were fried until crispy and rendered, their fat saved for cooking potatoes that were sliced and fried in the drippings until golden and crisp. The combination was simple but deeply satisfying, the salt and fat making each potato bite rich and flavorful. Some families added onions to stretch the meal further, others kept it pure. The dish required no special occasion to appear, but on Christmas it was presented with extra care, the crispiest pieces reserved for children. Salt pork and potatoes represented making do with what was affordable, finding celebration in the humblest ingredients through careful preparation and love. Pickled pig's feet sat in jars on Christmas tables as appetizers and accompaniments, the preserved feet providing protein and gelatin that had been prepared weeks earlier. The feet were cleaned, boiled until tender, then packed into jars with vinegar, spices, and onions that preserved and flavored them simultaneously. The pickling liquid turned slightly gelatinous from collagen released during cooking, and the meat became tangy and tender. Families served pickled pig's feet cold, the meat pulled from bones and eaten with fingers or forks. The dish was economical. Feet cost almost nothing at the butcher, and the preservation meant it could be prepared well ahead of the holiday rush. Children either loved or avoided the strange texture, while adults appreciated both the flavor and the tradition. Pickled pig's feet represented the practical wisdom of preparing ahead, using preservation to transform cheap cuts into Christmas delicacies. Suet pudding was the heavy, warming dessert that sustained families through cold Christmas seasons, a steamed cake made with beef suet that provided richness no butter could match. The suet was grated fine and mixed with flour, breadcrumbs, sugar, dried fruits, and spices, then packed into molds and steamed for hours until dense and fragrant. The fat melted during cooking, creating pockets of moisture throughout the pudding that kept it tender for days. Unlike modern desserts that aimed for lightness, suet pudding was meant to stick to ribs and provide warmth during the coldest months. Families served it with hard sauce, custard, or simply a drizzle of cream. The tradition came from England, where sweat puddings had fed working families for centuries. American cooks continued making them through the early 20th century before vegetable shortenings replaced animal fats in most kitchens. Those who remember sweat pudding recall its unique texture and satisfying heaviness that no modern dessert replicates. Black Forest cake, celebrated for its layers of chocolate cake, cherries, and whipped cream, has experienced a decline as preferences have moved towards simpler, more minimalist desserts. The cake's elaborate assembly and rich flavor profile may not appeal to a health-conscious audience that prefers desserts with less sugar and lighter ingredients. Furthermore, the global palate has become more adventurous, seeking out new flavors and dessert concepts beyond the traditional. Despite this, the cake's deep-rooted cultural significance and potential for ingredient innovation, such as using less sugar or incorporating alternative flours, offer opportunities for a modern resurgence, particularly among those who appreciate the art of baking. Glorified rice transformed leftover grain into a festive dessert salad that children begged for and adults secretly loved just as much. Cold-cooked rice was folded with crushed pineapple, miniature marshmallows, maraschino cherries, and whipped cream until it became unrecognizable from its humble origins. Some versions added chopped nuts or coconut for texture, while others kept the base simple. The dish needed thorough chilling, allowing flavors to meld and rice to soften in the creamy mixture. Served in crystal bowls, glorified rice looked almost bridal, pale and dotted with bright cherry red. The sweetness made it controversial as a side dish, yet families insisted it belonged alongside turkey and gravy. This was thrift elevated to celebration, using rice that might otherwise go to waste. Mothers passed down specific ratios, each family believing their version superior. Glorified rice represented an era when creativity with basics was celebrated, when making something from nothing was its own form of kitchen magic. Maple butter-baked ham was one of Betty Crocker's most beloved Christmas dinner features, a warm, fragrant centerpiece that brought sweetness and comfort to the table. The ham was scored carefully, then brushed with a glaze made from melted butter maple syrup and spices, creating a glossy coating that caramelized as it baked. Throughout the cooking process, she basted it again and again, allowing the glaze to seep into the meat and form a rich golden crust. The aroma of warm maple and savory ham filled the house, drifting through every room and signaling that Christmas dinner was nearing. Families sliced it into thick, tender pieces, served with potatoes, vegetables, and rolls that soaked up the extra glaze. This dish represented a time when holiday meals were built on tradition and the belief that a little sweetness could elevate even the simplest ingredients. The maple glaze gave the ham a luxurious feel without adding much cost, making it perfect for families who wanted something special but still practical. Over the years, the dish faded as honey-baked hams and store-prepared options rose in popularity. Still, the memory of maple butter-baked ham remains in old Betty Crocker books, a reminder of Christmas dinners made slowly with care. It was a dish meant to bring people together around a warm table, glowing with the sense of the season. So they stay nice and dense. Peach Melba is this classy dessert that was whipped up by a famous French chef for an Australian opera singer named Nellie Melba. It's pretty straightforward but elegant, just poached peaches and raspberry sauce over vanilla ice cream. The peaches get poached in syrup to sweeten them up, then they're laid over creamy ice cream and drizzled with that zesty raspberry sauce. This dessert became a big deal because it's light and refreshing, a nice change from heavier sweets. It's often served in a fancy glass dish to show off the pretty colors and layers, making it a hit at upscale dinners. Tea cakes are these small, sweet cakes that go perfectly with a cup of tea, hence the name. They're usually pretty simple, made with butter, sugar. Hard candy drops were the jewel-toned confections that mothers poured into molds or dropped onto marble slabs, each piece catching light like stained glass. Sugar, corn syrup, and water were boiled to the hard crack stage, then quickly mixed with food coloring and flavoring before being poured into shapes. The process required speed and precision. Hard candy set within minutes and couldn't be reworked once it cooled. Lemon drops glowed yellow, cinnamon discs burned red, and mint rounds sparkled green, creating a rainbow on every candy dish. Children loved sucking on these candies, feeling them slowly dissolve and release intense bursts of flavor. Some mothers used antique molds passed down through generations, pressing candy into shapes of Christmas trees, bells, and stars. The candies kept for weeks in tins, making them perfect for gift-giving and stocking stuffers. Hard candy drops required mastering high-temperature sugar work, a skill that separated casual candy makers from serious Christmas confectioners. Stollen was that dense, fruit-studded German bread that appeared wrapped in foil on Christmas morning, its butter-rich dough concealing a tunnel of marzipan running through its center. Making authentic Stollen required starting weeks ahead, soaking dried fruits in rum until they plumped with boozy sweetness. The yeast dough was rich with butter and eggs, folded around candied citrus, almonds, and the precious marzipan log before being shaped into its distinctive oval. After baking, the Stollen was brushed with melted butter and buried under drifts of powdered sugar that created its characteristic white appearance. Traditional families made several loaves, wrapping them tightly and allowing them to age for weeks. Each slice revealed the spiral of marzipan surrounded by jeweled fruit, the texture somewhere between bread and cake. German bakeries in cities sold authentic Stollen at premium prices, while home bakers attempted their own versions. The time and technique required kept Stollen rare, a true Christmas luxury. Lemon meringue pie is a classic American dessert consisting of a crisp pastry shell filled with rich lemon custard and topped with a fluffy toasted meringue. The pie's origins can be traced back to the 19th century, but it was in the 1980s that its preparation saw significant refinement. Key to the pie's structure is the stability of the meringue, which in the 1980s benefited greatly from advancements in oven technology that allowed for more precise temperature control, crucial for achieving the perfect meringue. Food science innovations during this time also introduced more reliable cornstarch-based thickeners, which ensured the lemon filling was consistently firm and glossy. Another significant enhancement was the development of more durable and decorative pie dishes that went directly from oven to table, which helped maintain the aesthetic quality of the pie. Pfeffernusse cookies aged in tins were the German Christmas tradition that improved with time and filled homes with spice aromas. The dough combined flour, honey, molasses, and an elaborate spice blend of cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, white pepper, and anise, creating something intensely flavored and slightly mysterious. Small balls were formed and baked until firm, then rolled in powdered sugar while still warm. Fresh from the oven, they were hard and almost inedible, but stored in airtight tins for weeks. They softened into tender, chewy cookies that released complex spice flavors with every bite. German immigrant families brought this tradition to America, baking Pfeffernusse in November and storing them until Christmas when they reached perfect texture. The cookies represented patience and planning, showing that some things improved when given time. Children looked forward to them despite their unusual spiciness, learning to appreciate flavors beyond simple sweetness. Today, they appear mainly in specialty bakeries, but they once filled cookie tins across German-American households every December. Grape hull pie was a hidden southern treasure, made from muscadine grapes that grew thick on backyard vines and roadside fences. Families who knew this pie understood the work behind it, separating the tough skins from the pulp, simmering the insides until soft, chopping the hulls, then marrying everything back together with sugar and spice. The result was a filling with a deep purple color and a flavor both tart and sweet, richer than any store-bought fruit could ever give. This pie showed up on Thanksgiving tables in rural communities where ingredients came from the land and every harvest was celebrated. It tasted like home, like the sun-baked vines children grew up running past, like the work of hands that valued nothing more than using what you had. But as people moved away from the countryside and muscadine stopped appearing in local markets, grape hull pie nearly vanished. Few recipes survived, passed down only in small handwritten notes tucked inside old cookbooks. A dessert almost forgotten, but unforgettable to anyone lucky enough to have tasted it. Bourbon balls rolled in cocoa powder were the no-bake Christmas candy that adults appreciated more than children. Vanilla wafers were crushed into fine crumbs and mixed with powdered sugar, cocoa powder, chopped pecans, corn syrup, and generous amounts of bourbon. The mixture was rolled into small balls and coated in additional cocoa powder, then stored in tins where the flavors would intensify over days. The taste was sophisticated and boozy, with chocolate undertones and nutty crunch, definitely an acquired taste that children usually rejected. In Southern homes particularly, bourbon balls appeared on every Christmas candy plate, representing adult indulgence and regional pride. They required no baking, making them perfect for hot climates where ovens heated entire houses. The preparation was social, with women gathering to roll hundreds of balls together while chatting and sharing stories. These candies improved with age, the bourbon mellowing while the chocolate deepened. Today, they survive mainly in specialty shops, but they once adorned dessert tables at every Christmas party throughout bourbon country and beyond. Coconut cream pie is distinguished by its creamy, custard-like filling that blends eggs, sugar, and coconut milk, poured into a flaky pastry crust and topped with whipped cream and toasted coconut flakes. The pie's traditional recipe was enhanced in the 1980s with the introduction of high-quality coconut milk, which provided a richer coconut flavor and smoother custard consistency. The pie crust is typically pre-baked, a technique known as blind baking, to prevent it from becoming soggy once the wet filling is added. Innovations during the 1980s included the use of shredded coconut in the crust itself, adding texture and reinforcing the coconut flavor throughout the dessert. Food science played a role in improving the stability of the whipped cream toppings with the development of longer-lasting, stiffer whipped cream formulations, which kept the pies looking fresher for longer periods. Spiced apple snow was a dessert born from imagination and a few humble ingredients, long before electric mixers or instant puddings ever existed. It was made by beating stewed apples with sugar, spice, and whipped egg whites until it transformed into something light as air, a pale, cloud-like confection with a cinnamon glow. In colonial kitchens, it was considered both elegant and thrifty, a sweet reward after a year of careful preservation. By the 1800s, spiced apple snow graced Christmas tables as a symbol of simplicity done beautifully. It melted on the tongue, cool and fragrant, the kind of dessert that did not overwhelm but lingered softly. Children would watch in awe as apples turned into clouds under their mother's spoons, proof that magic could happen in a bowl. It may have vanished from modern cookbooks, but its spirit remains in every whipped cream topping and apple pie filling we still hold dear. Cherry divis usually scooped onto wax paper to set into little clouds, sometimes topped with a nut. Imagine a cake that's like a party in every slice. That's tequila sunrise cake for you. It's inspired by the cocktail, mixing up orange zest and grenadine in the batter, with a good shot of tequila to kick it up. The grenadine does its magic to make the cake look like a sunrise, all vibrant and inviting. This cake was a hit because who doesn't want to try a boozy dessert that looks as fun as it tastes? Perfect for adult parties and summer gatherings, this cake brought a zestful twist to any celebration. But as folks started leaning towards simpler and more wholesome flavors, this flashy cake became less of a go-to. When it's served up, it's usually all dressed up with an orange slice or a cherry on top, making it perfect for any bash. It's a fun twist on dessert. Frozen fruit salad was the jewel of holiday buffets, its pastel sweetness providing cool contrast to hot, savory dishes crowding Christmas tables. Cream cheese was whipped with mayonnaise until smooth, then folded together with whipped cream, canned fruit cocktail, maraschino cherries, and miniature marshmallows. Some versions added crushed pineapple or mandarin oranges for extra fruit presents. The mixture was poured into loaf pans and frozen solid, then sliced into pink-tinged rounds that held their shape beautifully on lettuce-lined platters. The texture was unlike anything else on the table. Frozen yet creamy, sweet yet tangy from the cream cheese base. Children adored it, begging for extra slices, while adults appreciated how it could be made weeks in advance. The salad straddled categories, appearing sometimes with sides and sometimes with desserts. Frozen fruit salad represented the 1970s love of make-ahead entertaining, proving that planning could produce something genuinely delightful. Fried rabbit sausage with buttermilk biscuits was Christmas breakfast that turned wild game into something special enough for holiday morning. Mountain families ground rabbit meat with pork fat, sage, black pepper, and salt, forming patties that fried crispy in cast iron. The sausage was lean from rabbit but rich from pork fat, creating perfect balance. Served alongside buttermilk biscuits, split and buttered, this was breakfast that required hunting skill and butchering knowledge. In Appalachian communities, Christmas morning meant rabbit sausage sizzling while biscuits baked, filling houses with savory smells. Children woke to this aroma, understanding Christmas began with food earned through work. The sausage was tender inside with crackling crust outside, its sage flavor marking it as celebration food. This represented mountain Christmas, wild game transformed into tradition, poverty turned into pride through skill and resourcefulness. Dacquoise, distinguished by its layers of nut meringue and buttercream, has become a lesser-known dessert amid the rise of simpler, more casual sweets. The meticulous preparation required to achieve its delicate texture and the perceived richness of its fillings may deter those seeking quicker, lighter dessert options. Furthermore, the increased interest in gluten-free and health-conscious eating challenges the traditional dacquoise, which is rich in sugars and fats. Yet its inherent elegance and the possibility of incorporating alternative, healthier ingredients suggest that dacquoise could be rediscovered and appreciated by a new generation interested in sophisticated yet accessible baking projects. Ambrosia salad, once a staple of festive gatherings, has seen its popularity wane due to its heavy reliance on canned fruits and marshmallows, clashing with modern dietary preferences that favor fresh, unprocessed ingredients. The advent of more sophisticated desserts and salads, which offer complex flavors and textures without excessive sweetness, also contributed to its decline. Additionally, the visual appeal of ambrosia salad, with its mix of colorful fruits and marshmallows, no longer captivates in an era where aesthetics in food are increasingly valued but demand a more refined presentation. Despite this, ambrosia salad's nostalgic value keeps it in the memories of those who grew up with it, suggesting a possible pathway for reinvention that aligns with contemporary tastes and health considerations. Divinity candy was Christmas magic made visible, those snow-white puffs of sweetness appearing on holiday platters alongside fudge and pralines. Making Divinity required perfect conditions, low humidity, patience, and ability to judge exactly when hot sugar syrup reached the right temperature. Cooks would boil sugar, corn syrup, and water while beating egg whites until stiff, then slowly pour screaming hot syrup into the whites while continuing to beat. The mixture transformed gradually, going from glossy and thin to thick and matte, finally holding shape when dropped from a spoon. Pecans or walnuts studded each piece, adding crunch to the melt-in-your-mouth texture. On humid days, Divinity refused to set, causing heartbreak for cooks who had invested an hour of arm-aching work. When it succeeded, Divinity was ethereal, sweet, light, and impossibly tender. Church ladies brought platters to Christmas bazaars. Grandmothers made batches for grandchildren who watched in wonder as the candy came together through patience. Beans and cornbread made Christmas dinner in homes where meat was unthinkable luxury, the combination providing complete protein that kept bodies strong through winter's coldest days. Dried beans, pintos, Great Northerns, or whatever variety was cheapest, soaked overnight before simmering all day with onion and salt. The cornbread baked in cast iron, its bottom crust crackling and golden from the preheated skillet. Together, beans and cornbread created a meal that was both filling and nutritious, the amino acids from each combining to provide what neither could alone. Families ladled beans into bowls and crumbled cornbread on top, the bread soaking up the bean liquor until it became almost like dumplings. The meal cost pennies but delivered satisfaction that expensive dishes couldn't match. Beans and cornbread represented survival, the understanding that celebration didn't require wealth, only the wisdom to use humble ingredients well. Apple pandowdy was the rustic cousin of all the fancier apple desserts, a dish that did not care about looks or presentation and still managed to win every heart at the table. It began with sliced apples simmered with cinnamon, butter, and a touch of brown sugar until the whole house smelled like the inside of an orchard. Instead of laying a perfect crust over the top, cooks would break pieces of dough and scatter them unevenly, letting the edges sink into the bubbling fruit as it baked. The juices caramelized around the dough, turning each little piece into something crisp, chewy, and irresistible. This was a dessert for families who valued flavor over perfection, people who understood that the best dishes are sometimes the messiest. Children loved it because it felt fun, like a dessert that broke the rules, and adults loved it because it tasted like the orchard harvest served straight from the pan. But as crisps and cobblers became more popular and easier to sell in bakeries, the pandowdy quietly slipped away. Its uneven top was not camera-ready, and its old-fashioned name did not help it survive in a modern world. Still, anyone who ever ate it fresh from the oven remembers the way it tasted like fall itself, a forgotten treasure hiding in plain sight. Persimmon pudding made from wild fruit was the Christmas dessert that connected families to the land and seasonal rhythms. Wild persimmons gathered after the first frost were pressed through sieves to create smooth pulp. Mixed with flour, sugar, eggs, milk, and spices, the batter was baked slowly until it formed a dense, dark pudding with custard-like texture. The flavor was unique and almost tropical, sweet with slight astringency that made it interesting rather than cloying. Served warm with hard sauce or whipped cream, persimmon pudding represented regional tradition, particularly in the Midwest and South, where wild persimmon trees grew abundantly. Gathering the fruit was family activity, with children climbing trees and adults catching fruit in sheets. The pudding appeared only at Christmas, making it special and anticipated. Modern grocery stores rarely carry persimmons, and the wild variety is nearly forgotten. But this pudding once stood as proof that nature provided abundance for those who knew when and where to look. Candied citrus peel was the jewel-like garnish decorating Christmas cakes and cookies. Strips of orange, lemon, and grapefruit rind transformed through days of simmering into translucent, sugar-crusted confections. The process began by scoring citrus rinds and soaking them in water for days, changing the water repeatedly to remove bitterness. Then came slow simmering in increasingly concentrated sugar syrups, the peels gradually absorbing sweetness while maintaining their shape. The final step was drying, either air-dried on racks or rolled in granulated sugar for a crystalline coating. The finished peels could be dipped in chocolate, chopped into fruitcakes, or eaten as candy, each piece a concentrated burst of citrus tempered by sweetness. During the 1960s, no Christmas fruitcake was complete without homemade candied peel. Making it required unhurried time that Christmas preparations once demanded, days of attention and watching the transformation happen. The peels kept for months, allowing cooks to prepare them well in advance. Lord Baltimore cake, a counterpart to the more famous Lady Baltimore cake, features layers of yellow cake filled with a rich mixture of crushed nuts, dried fruits, and sometimes rum or brandy. This cake was particularly noted for its fruity, boozy filling, which set it apart as a more robust option compared to its delicate counterpart. Originating from the southern United States, its preparation involves creating a moist, buttery yellow cake base, which is then layered with the fruit and nut mixture. The 1980s brought innovations such as using macerated fruits in the filling, enhancing the moisture and flavor of the cake, and introducing different types of nuts for a varied texture. This dessert was often covered with a simple glaze or a light frosting, which was sometimes flavored with citrus to cut through the richness of the filling. Popcorn balls were the crunchy, sweet spheres that mothers shaped by hand every December, their sticky surfaces catching both popcorn and children's attention. Freshly popped corn was drizzled with hot sugar syrup flavored with vanilla or molasses, then quickly gathered and pressed into balls while still warm enough to hold together. The process required buttered hands and high heat tolerance, as the syrup needed to be hot enough to coat evenly. Once cooled, each ball was wrapped in waxed paper or cellophane tied with ribbon, ready for giving. Children loved the combination of salty popcorn and sweet coating. the way each ball crunched and stuck slightly to teeth. Some mothers tinted their syrup with food coloring, creating red and green balls for the holidays. Popcorn balls appeared at school parties, church gatherings, and on doorsteps as gifts for neighbors. They represented accessible candy making that families could do together. Napoleons, or millefeuilles, are these fancy pastries with layers of puff pastry and pastry cream, all topped off with this slick glazed icing. Originating from France in the 18th century and known for their 1,000 leaves, that's what millefeuille means, these pastries were a big hit in fancy bakeries for their classy look and delicate flavors, perfect for high-end events and fine dining spots. Making them was no small feat, though, and as lighter, simpler desserts became more popular recently, Napoleons started showing up less often. Usually, these pastries were served up in tidy rectangles, with the icing artfully done up to make them total eye candy. The super precise layers and that creamy, flaky vibe are what made munching on a Napoleon feel like a luxury. Boiled custard was the quiet forerunner to eggnog, a drinkable dessert that once marked the start of every Southern Christmas gathering. It was rich, silky, and just thick enough to coat the spoon, made from milk, sugar, and eggs whisked gently over low heat until the kitchen filled with the sweet scent of vanilla and cream. Families served it chilled in tall glasses, often dusted with nutmeg or topped with a dollop of whipped cream. Before eggnog's spiced boldness stole the spotlight, boiled custard was the holiday's truest comfort. Simple, pure, and patient. Children sipped it alongside cookies, while adults added a splash of whiskey or rum for warmth. It was a dessert to linger over, slow and soothing, like a lullaby in liquid form. There was no rush in making it. Curdled eggs meant you had hurried, and haste was the enemy of good cooking. Today, few take the time to stir a custard by hand, but those who do say the first spoonful still feels like Christmas morning in a glass. Snowball frosting cake was the fluffy white coconut-covered Christmas dessert that looked like a mound of fresh snow glowing under holiday lights. Betty Crocker promoted this cake throughout the 1950s as the perfect winter showpiece thanks to its cloud-soft frosting and blanket of shredded coconut. The cake layers were baked light and tender, then frosted generously with boiled icing or fluffy white frosting before being coated on all sides. When finished, it resembled a snow-covered hill, making it a magical centerpiece for children and adults alike. Its flavor was simple, sweet, and comforting, and its appearance made it unforgettable at winter gatherings. Grandparents loved serving it because it looked dramatic, without requiring expensive ingredients, and it held its shape well on long holiday tables, warmed by laughter and soft lights. Every slice felt like a small celebration wrapped in white. Pickled peaches were jeweled accompaniments that appeared beside Christmas hams, their spiced sweetness providing perfect counterpoint to rich meats. Canned peach halves were simmered in syrup infused with whole cloves, cinnamon sticks, and apple cider vinegar until they absorbed warm spices completely. The peaches emerged tender and glossy, their golden flesh tinged with amber from the spiced brine. Packed into jars, they could be preserved for months, ready to grace holiday tables whenever needed. Each peach half was studded with whole cloves, making them look almost decorative, edible ornaments for the dinner plate. The flavor was complex, simultaneously sweet, tart, and warmly spiced in ways that elevated simple sliced ham. Grandmothers often made these in late summer when fresh peaches were cheap, though canned versions worked nearly as well. Pickled peaches represented the tradition of putting up preserves, ensuring summer's sweetness could brighten even the darkest winter meals. Crêpe Suzette, featuring thin pancakes and a showy orange sauce, added a touch of French elegance to the table, impressing with its dramatic flambé performance. However, its decline in popularity can be attributed to the modern diner's preference for quicker, less intricate desserts. The preparation of crêpe Suzette, particularly the flambé technique, while theatrical, may seem intimidating to the home cook and overly elaborate for casual dining. Additionally, the shift towards lighter, health-conscious dessert options has overshadowed richer, buttery desserts. Despite this, Crepe Suzette holds potential for resurgence with adaptations that simplify the recipe without compromising its essence, catering to the contemporary interest in both gourmet home cooking and healthier, refined sweets. Hard candy Christmas drops were the homemade sweets that filled glass jars and candy dishes throughout the holiday season, each piece a jewel of concentrated flavor and brilliant color. Making them required cooking sugar syrup to the hard crack stage, then adding flavoring oils and food coloring before pouring onto greased marble slabs. Working quickly was essential. The candy hardened fast and shapes had to be formed in minutes before it became unworkable. Cooks used special molds or simply dropped spoonfuls that flattened into irregular rounds. Peppermint, cinnamon, lemon, and clove were favorite flavors, each given a distinctive color so guests knew what they were choosing. The finished candies were stored between layers of waxed paper in tins, where they kept for weeks without losing their snap. Church bazaars and holiday exchanges featured these homemade drops, their handmade imperfections proving they came from someone's kitchen rather than a factory. Chitterlings simmered for hours on Christmas Eve in homes where every part of the hog found purpose, the intestines cleaned and cooked until tender enough to eat. The preparation was labor-intensive. The chitlins required thorough cleaning and multiple rinses before they could be boiled with onions, vinegar, and seasonings. The smell was distinctive and polarizing, announcing to the neighborhood that a family was preparing traditional soul food. After hours of cooking, the chitlins became tender and flavorful, served with hot sauce and accompanied by cornbread and greens. Families who grew up eating chitterlings considered them a delicacy, while others couldn't get past the idea of eating intestines. The dish represented African-American culinary tradition, the transformation of discarded parts into cherished holiday food. Chitterlings connected generations through taste and memory, each batch carrying forward the knowledge of ancestors who had survived on such humble fare. Seafood. Newburg was the luxurious first course that opened Christmas dinner with creamy richness and delicate shellfish. Lobster, shrimp, and sometimes crab meat were gently folded into a sauce of butter, cream, egg yolks, and sherry, the mixture served over toast points or in patty shells. The sauce was velvety and rich, coating each piece of seafood in decadent luxury that justified its holiday placement. Making Newburg required careful technique. The egg yolks could curdle if the sauce got too hot, ruining everything. Families served this as a first course before the main roast, a statement of abundance and sophistication. The dish came from Delmonico's restaurant in New York, spreading to home kitchens where ambitious cooks recreated its elegance. Seafood Newburg represented the era's formal dining culture, when Christmas dinner was multiple courses served with ceremony. It has largely vanished, replaced by simpler appetizers that don't require last-minute sauce making. Molasses cookies used to fill holiday tins long before chocolate chip cookies took over the world. Soft, spiced, and deeply fragrant, they were made with molasses, ginger, cinnamon, and cloves. Flavors that tasted like winter settling in. Children dipped them in milk. Adults paired them with coffee, and everyone appreciated how long they stayed fresh. These cookies were practical, affordable, and comforting in a way that no modern packaged dessert quite captures. They appeared at bake sales, church socials, and Thanksgiving dinners as symbols of warmth and tradition. But when chocolate became the star of American desserts and holiday baking turned toward richer treats, molasses cookies faded quietly from the spotlight. Still, their flavor is unmatched. Simple, homey, and gently sweet. A cookie that tastes like memory. Hard sauce made with real butter and brandy was the crowning glory served atop plum puddings and mince pies throughout the holiday season. Butter was creamed until fluffy and white, then beaten with powdered sugar and generous amounts of brandy or rum until it formed a smooth, boozy spread. The sauce was shaped into decorative molds or simply formed into logs, then chilled until firm and sliced at serving time. The flavor was intensely buttery with sweet alcohol bite, melting immediately when placed on hot pudding and soaking into every crevice. In Victorian and early American kitchens, hard sauce represented sophistication and proper Christmas preparation, something made ahead and stored in the icebox for weeks. Families often had special molds shaped like holly leaves or Christmas symbols for forming the sauce. The ritual of making it was passed from mothers to daughters, with each family adjusting the brandy-to-butter ratio to personal preference. Modern desserts rarely feature this accompaniment, but it once transformed simple puddings into something genuinely luxurious and memorable. Oatmeal raisin bars were the dessert you baked when you needed something that could stretch across a big family gathering and still leave everyone satisfied. They were soft and chewy, filled with oats, cinnamon, brown sugar, and handfuls of raisins that plumped up in the oven. The bars baked into thick, golden squares that smelled like comfort the moment you opened the oven door. Families made them because they were easy, reliable, and far kinder on the budget than pies or cakes that required more ingredients. Children loved them because they felt like getting dessert before dinner even started, and adults appreciated how they stayed fresh for days. These bars were the quiet workhorses of holiday baking, slipped into tins, stacked on plates, and offered to neighbors dropping by unexpectedly. But as holiday desserts grew fancier and more visually impressive, oatmeal raisin bars fell off the menu. They were too simple, too plain, too old-fashioned for the new era of glossy pastries. Still, anyone who bites into one today will taste the tenderness of a dessert that knew exactly what it was supposed to do: feed a crowd with warmth and ease. Yule log cake was the showpiece of Christmas desserts, a chocolate sponge rolled around cream filling and decorated to resemble a bark-covered log, complete with meringue mushrooms and marzipan holly. French in origin, the bûche de Noël became an American tradition during the mid-20th century, when elegant entertaining reached its peak. Making one required rolling warm sponge cake without cracking it, a technique demanding practice and confidence. The cake was spread with buttercream or whipped cream, rolled tightly, then frosted with chocolate dragged with a fork to simulate bark. Decorators added knots and branch stubs, dusted everything with powdered sugar snow, and arranged tiny meringue mushrooms. The presentation was theatrical, carried to the table whole, then sliced to reveal the spiral inside. Bakeries charged premium prices for Yule logs, but ambitious home bakers tackled them as Christmas Eve projects. The cake combined artistry with flavor in ways modern desserts rarely attempt. Pralines were the creamy southern confection that melted on the tongue, their caramelized sugar and toasted pecans creating pure holiday indulgence. Mothers cooked sugar, butter, and cream until the mixture reached soft ball stage, then beat in vanilla and whole pecan halves until the candy turned opaque. Spooned quickly onto waxed paper, each praline spread into a flat disc with pecans arranged across its surface. The texture was what made pralines special. Not quite fudge, not quite caramel, but something uniquely smooth that dissolved into buttery sweetness. Families with southern roots considered pralines essential to Christmas, passing recipes through generations. Children learned to recognize the specific shade of amber that meant the candy was ready, watching mothers work with chemist precision. The smell of cooking pralines filled houses with warmth that captured the entire holiday season. Pralines couldn't be hurried, requiring skill that mothers perfected over years of Christmas candy making. Sweet potato biscuits with honey butter were Christmas morning comfort, soft and golden, smelling of hearth and happiness. Made from mashed sweet potatoes mixed with flour and butter, they rose in the oven to tender perfection, their edges slightly crisp, their centers warm and orange. They were served with honey butter that melted on contact, dripping down the sides in golden rivers. For many Southern families, these biscuits were more than breakfast. They were tradition, passed down through generations of careful hands. Sweet potatoes were cheap, plentiful, and symbolic of resourceful joy, proof that sweetness could come from the soil. Families gathered around the kitchen table as the first batch came out, steam curling into the cool morning air. Each bite carried warmth, sweetness, and a whisper of gratitude. Today, few bake them from scratch, but for those who remember, one taste can bring back the light of 100 Christmas mornings long gone. Watergate salad appeared on holiday tables throughout the 1970s, its pale green color and mysterious origins making it a conversation piece at every gathering. Named after the scandal, though no one knew why, this dish combined instant pistachio pudding with crushed pineapple, miniature marshmallows, chopped pecans, and whipped topping folded into fluffy sweetness. Preparation took minutes, making it a favorite of busy hostesses needing impressive results without labor. The pistachio pudding gave it that distinctive mint green hue that looked festive against red tablecloths. Children adored its candy-like sweetness and surprise of crunchy nuts amid the creamy base. The dish straddled the line between salad and dessert, often appearing alongside savory dishes, though it could have ended any meal. Watergate salad represented the era's embrace of convenience products transformed into something special. Today, it survives mainly in church cookbooks and memories of those who grew up spooning seconds onto full plates. Wild turkey roasted with chestnut dressing was Christmas dinner that required hunting success and forest knowledge. These weren't farm turkeys, but wild birds shot in December woods, their meat darker and more flavorful than domestic fowl. The turkey was stuffed with dressing made from dried cornbread, wild chestnuts gathered in fall, sage, and onions. Roasted slowly, the bird developed crispy skin while staying moist inside, the chestnut dressing absorbing juices and becoming rich and savory. In mountain communities, wild turkey represented Christmas success. The hunter who brought one home provided real celebration. The meat was lean and slightly gamey, requiring careful cooking to stay tender. Chestnuts added sweetness and texture impossible with modern ingredients. This was Christmas earned through December mornings in cold woods, through knowing turkey habits and shooting straight. The finished bird fed extended family, its presence on the table marking genuine achievement. German chocolate cake, despite its rich flavor and beloved status, has faced competition from newer, more fashionable desserts that cater to evolving tastes and dietary restrictions. The cake's traditional recipe, which includes a dense, sweet coconut pecan frosting, may not align with current trends toward lighter, less sugary desserts. Additionally, the misconception about its origin, it's American, not German, and the increasing preference for global flavors have also contributed to its reduced prominence in the dessert landscape. Nonetheless, German chocolate cake's decline has not erased its legacy. It remains a nostalgic favorite for many, underscoring the potential for adaptation to today's more health-conscious and flavor-diverse dessert market. Fruitcake was the dense, boozy loaf that divided families into passionate defenders and determined avoiders, its candied fruits and nuts soaked in brandy for months. Bakers began preparation in autumn, combining dried fruits, nuts, and spices into batters that were baked slowly, then wrapped in brandy-soaked cheesecloth to age until Christmas. The cakes were heavy and dark, each slice revealing jewel-toned fruits suspended in rich, spiced crumb. Families who loved fruitcake guarded recipes passed down through generations. The cakes were given as gifts, arriving in tins that were either treasured or quietly regifted. The flavor was complex, sweet, boozy, spiced, and intensely fruity in ways that demanded appreciation. By the 1980s, fruitcake had become a punchline, mocked as the gift nobody wanted. Yet for those who grew up with homemade versions, the jokes missed the point entirely. Real fruitcake aged properly was a taste of Christmas tradition. Crackling cornbread emerged from cast-iron skillets at Christmas dinners, where wheat flour was too expensive and leftover pork scraps needed purpose. The cracklings, crispy bits of rendered pork fat and skin, were folded into cornmeal batter, adding richness and texture that transformed simple bread into something special. The batter was poured into a skillet greased with lard and preheated until smoking, creating a crust that shattered when cut. Inside, the cornbread stayed moist and tender, studded with salty, chewy cracklings that delivered bursts of pork flavor in every bite. The bread accompanied whatever else appeared on the table, soaking up gravies and pot liquors that might otherwise go to waste. Making crackling cornbread used every part of the hog, wasting nothing in kitchens where waste was unthinkable. Children fought over the corner pieces with the most crust. Crackling cornbread represented ingenuity, the transformation of scraps into something eagerly anticipated. Pfeffernüsse were the spiced German cookies that appeared in Christmas tins across America, tiny rounds coated in powdered sugar that packed intense flavor into each bite. The name meant pepper nuts, though pepper was just one of many spices. Anise, cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, and nutmeg combined to create cookies tasting like Christmas itself. The dough was stiff and dark with molasses, requiring muscle to mix and patience to roll into small balls. After baking, the cookies were hard, meant to soften over several days as they absorbed moisture. Traditional recipes called for aging cookies in tins for weeks, letting flavors meld. The powdered sugar coating added sweetness and made each cookie look like a tiny snowball. German immigrant families brought Pfeffernusse recipes to America, where they became holiday traditions in communities across the Midwest. Church bake sales featured them. Grandmothers made them by the hundreds. The cookies were meant for sharing, arriving in tins as gifts between neighbors. Pumpkin chiffon pie was the lighter, softer cousin of the traditional pumpkin pie, a dessert so airy it felt like eating a sweet autumn cloud. It became popular when cooks wanted something elegant but not too heavy after a long day of holiday eating, and chiffon pies were considered the height of sophistication. Instead of the dense custard people are used to today, pumpkin chiffon pie relied on whipped egg whites, folded carefully into a spiced pumpkin mixture, creating a silky filling that floated inside its crust. Families loved it because it felt special, almost fancy, even when the ingredients were simple and inexpensive. Mothers would make it the night before Thanksgiving so it had time to set, and children would sneak into the refrigerator just to poke at the trembling surface. But when canned pumpkin fillings and pre-made pies started taking over in grocery stores, chiffon pies faded fast. The delicate preparation did not fit into a world rushing toward convenience. People forgot the feeling of lifting a slice that barely weighed anything, of tasting pumpkin in a way that felt light instead of heavy. The pie disappeared, replaced by versions that were simpler but far less magical. Still, anyone who ever tasted a homemade pumpkin chiffon pie will tell you that nothing has matched its airy charm since. In a holiday built on tradition, it remains one of the sweetest losses. Chicken a la king, served in pastry shells, was the elegant Christmas luncheon dish that transformed leftovers into luxury. Diced chicken was combined with mushrooms, pimientos, and sometimes green peppers in a rich cream sauce thickened with egg yolks and sherry. The mixture was heated gently to avoid curdling, creating something velvety and sophisticated. Spooned into baked puff pastry shells or over toast points, it represented refined dining and proper entertaining. In tea rooms and home kitchens during the 1940s through 1960s, chicken a la king appeared at ladies' Christmas luncheons and bridge club gatherings, showing that leftover turkey or chicken could become something genuinely impressive. The preparation required skill with sauce making and attention to temperature, but the result was always creamy, flavorful, and satisfying. Families often made it on December 26th using Christmas turkey, extending the holiday meal into something that felt fresh and special. Modern versions with canned soup cannot match the silky texture and complex flavor of properly made a la king with real cream and careful technique. Ribbon candy was the Christmas confection that looked like frozen rainbows, thin sheets of pulled sugar folded into accordion pleats and colored in stripes of red, green, white, and gold. Making it required candy thermometers, marble slabs, and the courage to work with molten sugar hot enough to cause serious burns. Professional candy makers pulled and stretched the sugar while it was still pliable, adding colors and folding the sheets before the mixture hardened. The finished ribbons were impossibly delicate, shattering if handled roughly, and dissolving on the tongue into pure sweetness. Families displayed ribbon candy in crystal dishes, where it caught light and sparkled like decorations. Children were warned to look but not touch until Christmas Day, when the candy bowl became fair game. Each piece was unique, the folds and colors varying based on the candy maker's skill. Ribbon candy was pure celebration, too fragile and impractical for anything except special occasions when beauty mattered as much as taste. Baked Alaska, once the pinnacle of dining elegance with its combination of cake, ice cream, and meringue, has faded in popularity due to its perceived complexity and the rise of simpler, more accessible desserts. The challenge of perfectly executing the meringue and achieving the flambé effect can be daunting for home bakers, contributing to its decline. Additionally, in a culinary landscape that values quick and straightforward recipes, Baked Alaska's time-consuming preparation makes it less appealing for everyday dessert choices. However, its dramatic presentation and the contrast of hot and cold elements retain a potential allure, suggesting that deconstructed or simplified versions could bring it back into favor for special occasions. Swedish tea ring was the warm, fragrant holiday breakfast pastry that filled mid-century kitchens on Christmas morning thanks to its placement in Betty Crocker's festive baking guides. The ring began as a rich yeast dough rolled out and spread with cinnamon sugar butter and chopped nuts before being shaped into a circle and sliced partway through to create its distinctive twisted pattern. As it baked, the layers puffed into golden spirals, each one scented with spice and sweetness, drifting through the house like a holiday invitation. Families gathered around the table to tear off pieces while the ring was still warm, letting the sticky filling cling to their fingers and plates. It was both a breakfast and a celebration, an edible centerpiece meant to welcome the day with comfort and joy. The Swedish tea ring symbolized the idea that holiday mornings deserved something homemade and special, even when money or time was limited. Once beloved in households across the country, it slowly disappeared as store-bought pastries replaced the ritual of rising early to bake. But the memory of that warm, ring-shaped pastry remains part of the old Betty Crocker Christmas spirit, where traditions were built from dough sugar and shared moments around the kitchen table. Corn pudding was Southern hospitality baked into a custard, turning humble canned corn into something rich enough for Christmas tables. Cooks combined creamed corn with eggs, milk, butter, and sugar, sometimes adding flour to help it set. The mixture was poured into buttered dishes and cooked slowly until the top turned golden, while the interior remained soft and spoonable. The texture fell somewhere between cornbread and custard, dense yet creamy, with pops of whole kernels throughout. Some families added diced chilies for savory depth, while purists kept it simple. The dish required careful temperature management, as cooking too fast would curdle the eggs. Grandmothers knew exactly when to pull it from the oven, that moment when the center still jiggled slightly but would firm as it cooled. Corn pudding represented transformation of pantry staples into celebration food, proof that special occasions could be honored without expensive ingredients. Today it appears occasionally at Southern tables but has largely faded. Coconut snowball cake was Christmas elegance covered in white. It started as a simple butter cake, layered with cream and blanketed in shredded coconut until it resembled a perfect snowball centerpiece. Housewives displayed it proudly at the center of their tables, the coconut glistening under holiday lights like fresh powder. Each slice was soft, sweet, and cool, the kind of dessert that seemed to melt with every bite. It symbolized purity and celebration, a taste of winter magic in kitchens far from snow. Coconut was an exotic ingredient once, arriving in tins that promised tropical luxury. Mixing it into a holiday cake felt like touching two worlds at once. Even today, its old-fashioned glamour has a pull. You can almost hear the laughter of dinner guests and the scrape of a silver knife cutting through frosting when you picture it. Pflaumenkuchen was that German plum cake that appeared during the Christmas season, its buttery base covered with halved plums arranged in neat rows and dusted with cinnamon sugar. The cake was simple but required good technique. A tender yeasted dough pressed into a pan, then covered with ripe purple plums cut side up so their juices soaked into the cake as it baked. The edges of the plums caramelized while the center stayed soft, creating contrast in every bite. German immigrant families made this cake for Sunday coffee hour during the holidays, serving thick slices with whipped cream. The recipe traveled from Bavaria and Saxony to American communities in Wisconsin, Texas, and Pennsylvania. By December, fresh plums were gone, so families used preserved or canned fruit, though purists insisted the cake was best in late summer. Pflaumenkuchen represented the practical German approach to baking, simple ingredients combined with care to create something memorable. Caramels were the buttery squares that stuck to teeth in the most satisfying way, each piece a study in perfectly cooked sugar and cream. Mothers would combine sugar, corn syrup, butter, and cream in heavy pots, stirring constantly as the mixture darkened from pale gold to rich amber. The temperature had to reach exactly the firm ball stage. Too soft, and the caramels wouldn't hold their shape. Too hard, and they'd crack teeth. Poured into buttered pans and cooled, the caramel was cut into squares and wrapped individually in waxed paper twisted at both ends. The texture was dense yet yielding, requiring serious chewing that released waves of buttery, slightly burnt sugar flavor. Some mothers added vanilla, others a pinch of sea salt before salted caramel became trendy. Children would unwrap piece after piece, the waxy paper accumulating in pockets and between couch cushions. Homemade caramels represented patience and precision, candies that couldn't be rushed but rewarded every minute of careful attention. Stollen bread stuffed with marzipan was the German Christmas tradition that required days of preparation and delivered rich reward. The yeast dough was enriched with butter, eggs, and milk, then loaded with dried fruits, nuts, and citrus peel that had been soaking in rum. A log of marzipan was placed in the center before the dough was shaped and allowed to rise slowly. After baking until golden, the loaves were brushed with melted butter and buried in powdered sugar while still warm. The bread was dense and rich, the marzipan creating sweet almond center surrounded by fruity, yeasty bread. In German households, Stollen was made weeks before Christmas and wrapped tightly, improving with age as flavors melded. Sliced thin and served with coffee or tea, it represented celebration and tradition passed through generations. The preparation required skill and patience, making Stollen about dedication as much as deliciousness. Modern bakery versions cannot match the depth of homemade Stollen made with care and proper aging. Sock-it-to-me cake, a rich, buttery coffee cake filled with a ribbon of cinnamon, brown sugar, and pecans, became popular in the late 1960s and continued its popularity into the 1980s. This cake is based on a basic yellow cake mix, which is enhanced with sour cream to add moisture and density. The sock-it-to-me filling is swirled into the batter, and the cake is typically topped with a simple glaze. In the 1980s, the cake became a favorite for its easy preparation and delicious results, often appearing in brand advertising for cake mixes as a prime example of how home bakers could create bakery-quality cakes at home. The ease of customization by adding different nuts or fruits, or even adapting the sugar mix to include flavors like maple, made it a versatile recipe that home bakers enjoyed experimenting with. Did flavors that mattered so much disappear from our holidays? Mincemeat pie was once the crown jewel of Thanksgiving, the kind of dessert that could stop you in your tracks because the house filled with the smell of spice, fruit, and something warm that felt older than memory. People forget that mincemeat was not just a pie. It was a ritual built slowly with dried apples, raisins, sweet, cloves, and whatever a family saved for the holiday. It was about turning humble ingredients into something that tasted like celebration even when times were thin. Grandmothers made it by instinct, each slice slightly different depending on the year's harvest. Kids wrinkled their noses at the idea of sweat, but one bite of that sticky, rich filling turned anyone into a believer. It demanded patience and trust in the old ways, which is why it faded once canned fillings and pre-made pies appeared. The world sped up, and mincemeat pie did not fit into a life lived in a hurry. Today, most people have never tasted it at all, but anyone who makes it from scratch understands why older generations fought to keep the recipe alive. Dense, spiced, comforting, and bold, it held on to tradition even as the world changed. Boiled Christmas pudding wrapped in cheesecloth was the centerpiece dessert that required 3 hours of steaming and months of aging. Families mixed dried fruits, breadcrumbs, suet, eggs, molasses, and brandy into a dense batter that was packed into pudding basins or wrapped tightly in cloth, then boiled in massive pots on Christmas morning. The smell of spices and fruit filled entire houses as the pudding steamed, transforming into something dark, moist, and incredibly rich. When finally unwrapped and turned out onto plates, the pudding was doused with more brandy and set aflame, arriving at the table wreathed in blue fire. The texture was dense and almost cake-like, studded with fruits that had plumped during cooking and infused with deep spice and alcohol flavors. In British and American households through the mid-20th century, Christmas pudding represented the height of holiday tradition, something prepared with ceremony and served with pride. Hidden coins and charms were often baked inside for luck. Today's instant versions miss the ritual entirely. Lady Baltimore cake is an elegant dessert, featuring layers of delicate white cake filled with a mixture of chopped nuts, raisins, and figs, bound together by a light meringue-based frosting. This cake's origins are linked to the southern United States, where it was developed in the early 20th century. The preparation of this cake involves creating a fluffy white cake base using a traditional creaming method where sugar and butter are beaten until light and airy before eggs and flour are added. The filling, a rich concoction of dried fruits and nuts boiled in a sugar syrup, is then spread between the baked cake layers. The frosting, often a Swiss or Italian meringue, was perfected during this time to hold up better under various environmental conditions, ensuring the cake remained pristine and appealing for longer durations. Buttermints were those smooth, creamy candies that melted on the tongue, their pastel colors filling cut glass dishes at every holiday gathering. The recipe combined butter, powdered sugar, and peppermint extract into a dough shaped into small pillows or pressed into molds. Professional versions used fondant, but home cooks adapted with cream cheese for easier handling. The candies needed to set overnight, their texture firming while remaining tender enough to dissolve slowly. Buttermints were considered refined candy, appropriate for wedding receptions and church teas as well as Christmas parties. They kept well in tins for holiday gift-giving. The pastel colors could match any decorating scheme, and creative cooks shaped them into trees, bells, or wreaths. Buttermints represented a gentler era when elegance mattered as much as sweetness. Walnut fudge brownie pie was the dessert that tried to give everyone what they wanted at once. Pie lovers, brownie lovers, chocolate lovers, all satisfied with a single slice. It baked up dense and rich, a thick brownie filling poured into a crust and studded with big walnut pieces that toasted as the oven warmed. In the 1970s, this pie felt modern and indulgent, the kind of dessert you made when you really wanted to impress your guests without taking on a complicated recipe. Children loved the gooey center, adults loved the deep chocolate flavor, and everyone agreed it was more exciting than the usual lineup of pies. But as store-bought brownie mixes and pre-made desserts became common, this homemade hybrid faded away. It took time, patience, and real ingredients, and fewer people were willing to whisk melted chocolate on a holiday morning. Still, those who tasted it remember how it walked the line between rustic and decadent, simple in spirit, unforgettable in flavor. Springerole cookies pressed with carved molds were the anise-flavored Christmas tradition that turned cookie making into folk art. The dough was simple but precise, requiring beaten eggs, sugar, and flour in exact proportions, then flavored heavily with anise oil or extract. Once mixed, the dough was rolled smooth and pressed with intricate wooden molds carved with Christmas scenes, animals, flowers, or religious imagery. Each cookie carried detailed impressions that would remain through baking. The cookies were left to dry overnight before baking at low temperature, creating a distinctive white appearance and rock-hard texture when fresh. Stored in tins with anise seeds, they slowly softened into tender cookies with intense licorice flavor that either enchanted or repelled. In German and Swiss communities, Springerole represented heritage and artistry, with antique molds passed through generations. The preparation required time and proper technique, making these cookies about tradition more than convenience. Today, they remain niche specialties, but they once adorned Christmas tables across European American households every December. The 7-layer cake, or rainbow cake, impresses with its vibrant, multicolored appearance. Each of the 7 thin sponge layers dyed a different color and separated by a thin layer of chocolate or jam. Originating from Europe, this cake became popular in American bakeries, especially within Eastern European immigrant communities. The cake's preparation is meticulous, involving the precise measurement and coloring of batter for each layer, followed by careful baking to ensure each layer remains uniformly thin and moist. The 1980s saw advancements in food dye quality, which offered brighter, more fade-resistant colors, making the layers visually striking without affecting the flavor. The fillings between the layers also evolved during this time, with variations including apricot, raspberry, and even mint jams becoming popular. Ganache was that creamy brown sugar fudge that appeared on holiday candy plates. its caramel-like flavor setting it apart from ordinary chocolate versions. The name came from a Mexican-Spanish word for raw sugar, and the candy had roots in both Latin American and New England traditions. Making Penuche required cooking brown sugar with cream or milk to the soft ball stage, then beating the mixture until it lost its gloss and thickened enough to pour into pans. The result was smooth and creamy with a deep butterscotch flavor that lingered on the tongue. Chopped walnuts or pecans were often folded in, their crunch contrasting with the silky candy. Penuche was considered more sophisticated than chocolate fudge, appearing at ladies' luncheons and holiday open houses. The technique was tricky. Undercook it and the candy never set, overcook it and the texture turned grainy. Home candy makers took pride in achieving perfect Penuche, its golden color and complex sweetness proof of their skill. Penuche was the brown sugar fudge that Northeastern families considered essential to Christmas, its maple-like flavor distinguishing it from ordinary chocolate versions. Mothers cooked brown sugar, cream, and butter to soft ball stage, then beat in vanilla and sometimes chopped walnuts until the mixture turned creamy and thick. The brown sugar gave Penuche a distinctive caramel undertone that was richer and more complex than white sugar could provide. Poured into pans and cut into squares, the fudge had a lighter color than chocolate but an equally satisfying texture. Children who grew up with Penuche often preferred it to chocolate fudge, finding its flavor more interesting and less intense. The candy was particularly popular in areas where maple production made brown sugar flavors familiar and beloved. Penuche recipes were often closely guarded, with each family claiming their version was best. This fudge represented regional candy traditions that mothers preserved through generations of December kitchen work. Suet pudding was a relic from another century, dense, steamed, and spiced with memories of hearth and hardship. It came from the days when ovens were rare and every meal was slow-cooked with purpose. Housewives mixed suet, the rendered fat of beef or mutton, with molasses, dried fruit, and flour, then tied it up in cloth and steamed it for hours. The kitchen would fill with the scent of nutmeg and cinnamon, the windows fogged from the heat of boiling pots. When the pudding emerged, it was heavy, fragrant, and rich, more nourishing than fancy. Suet pudding was the Christmas dessert of settlers, sailors, and survivors, each slice a testament to endurance. Served with a warm sauce or a dollop of cream, it felt like a feast in a time when feasts were rare. It has long vanished from American tables, deemed too old-fashioned, too heavy. Yet somewhere between the steam and the spice, it held the essence of a holiday that valued warmth over show. Scalloped oysters were a Christmas tradition in coastal communities where briny bivalves signified celebration and abundance. Layers of shucked oysters nestled between buttery cracker crumbs in shallow baking dishes, each layer doused with oyster liquor, cream, and butter. Seasonings were simple: salt, pepper, and Worcestershire sauce to enhance oceanic flavor. The casserole baked until tops turned golden while oysters beneath plumped and released juices into the cream. The result was rich and delicate, soft oysters against crunchy cracker layers. For families with New England or Southern roots, this dish carried generations of memory, appearing on holiday tables reliably as the tree itself. Children often developed their taste for oysters through this dish, familiar crackers making unusual protein approachable. The smell alone announced Christmas had arrived. Though fresh oysters remain available, scalloped oysters have largely faded, remembered now mainly by elders who associate the dish with their finest holiday memories. Mixing pineapple, coconut, and macadamia nuts into a creamy, dreamy dessert. It layers crushed pineapple with coconut-flavored pudding and whipped topping, all on a crumbly crust. It's a favorite for gatherings where you want something easy and refreshing that screams tropical paradise. This dessert is particularly popular during the summer months, serving as a cool treat that transports eaters to the sunny shores of Hawaii with every spoonful. This dessert is usually chilled and served in squares, making it super easy to grab a piece. The combo of crunchy nuts, creamy pudding, and fruity pineapple makes every bite a mini vacation. Pink champagne cake is all about celebration. This cake uses actual champagne in the batter, which gives it a light, airy feel with a hint of bubbly. It's usually tinted pink for that leather breeches with fatback brought summer's green beans to Christmas through ancient preservation. These weren't canned beans, but fresh beans strung on thread in late summer and hung from rafters. By Christmas, they hung brown, rattling when touched. The beans were soaked overnight, then cooked slowly with fatback until tender. The result tasted like concentrated summer with smoky richness. In Appalachian homes, leather breeches represented connection between seasons, August abundance preserved for December. Grandmothers taught granddaughters proper stringing, threading beans carefully for drying. The beans hung all fall, visible reminders of summer work feeding Christmas tables. Cooked long, they became tender with chewy texture unlike fresh beans. The pot liquor was rich, sopped with cornbread. This represented mountain resourcefulness, preserving without equipment, feeding families through winter using thread and time. Poinsettia Punch was the bright red cranberry-based drink mixed into glass bowls for Christmas parties in mid-century Betty Crocker, entertaining guides. The punch blended cranberry juice, citrus, and ginger ale, poured over ice rings frozen with cherries or mint leaves to look festive. It added sparkle color and sweetness to gatherings and was considered essential for hosts who wanted a cheerful drink that appealed to both children and adults. The punch bowl became a centerpiece, and guests gathered around dipping ladles into the shimmering red liquid. It was more than a drink, it was an atmosphere setter. It set the tone for an evening where laughter felt lighter and conversations flowed easily, reminding everyone that holiday cheer could begin with the simplest shared sip. Grasshopper Pie, minty and bright, offered a refreshing departure from traditional desserts, captivating with its vibrant green hue and creamy texture. Its decline can largely be attributed to changing dessert trends that favor less artificially colored and flavored options. The rise of culinary sophistication has seen a shift towards desserts that highlight natural ingredients and artisanal craftsmanship, leaving behind those with a reliance on food coloring and pre-made mixes. Furthermore, the pie's association with retro dining trends makes it less appealing in a market that constantly seeks the next innovative dessert. Despite this, Grasshopper Pie's unique flavor profile and potential for a more natural ingredient-based revival could reintroduce it to a new audience looking for a blend of nostalgia and modernity. Christmas goose was once the centerpiece of holiday tables before turkey claimed that position, offering darker meat and richer flavor that many families preferred. Preparing a goose required skill few modern cooks possess. The bird's thick fat layer needed careful rendering to avoid greasiness while keeping meat moist. Cooks would prick the skin repeatedly, roast the goose on a rack to let fat drip away, and collect precious drippings for other uses throughout the year. The rendered goose fat was culinary gold, perfect for roasting potatoes or frying vegetables. Stuffings ranged from simple bread and onion to elaborate mixtures featuring apples, chestnuts, or prunes. The bird emerged from the oven with crispy mahogany skin and meat that tasted of the season itself. Families served goose with roasted root vegetables, red cabbage, and gravy made from drippings. The tradition connected American tables to European ancestors who had celebrated with goose for centuries. Bread pudding with hard sauce transformed stale bread into Christmas luxury, the dried loaves soaked in sweetened milk and eggs until they became something entirely new. Families saved bread heels and dried slices for weeks, knowing they'd find purpose in holiday pudding. The bread was torn and soaked until saturated, then mixed with sugar, vanilla, spices, and beaten eggs before baking until puffed and golden. Raisins or dried apples added sweetness when available. The hard sauce made the dish special, butter beaten with sugar and a splash of whiskey until fluffy. Warm pudding topped with cold hard sauce created temperature contrast that elevated humble ingredients into something approaching elegant. Children received smaller portions of the whiskey-laced sauce, while adults appreciated its warming qualities. Bread pudding represented transformation, the alchemical process of turning yesterday's scraps into tomorrow's celebration. Nothing was wasted when stale bread became dessert. Standing rib roast was the king of Christmas meats. its impressive size and rich marbling commanding respect from the moment it emerged from the oven. Butchers prepared these roasts with the bones still attached, creating a natural rack that elevated the meat for even cooking. The exterior was rubbed with garlic, salt, pepper, and fresh herbs, then roasted at high heat to create a deeply browned crust before the temperature dropped for slow cooking. Slicing revealed a gradient from well-done edges to rosy pink centers, allowing guests to choose their preferred doneness. The bones were fought over, gnawed clean at the table, or saved for soup. Yorkshire pudding was the traditional accompaniment, the batter puffing dramatically in the hot beef drippings. This was investment cooking, the roast costing more than a week's grocery budget, but justified by the holiday's importance. Standing rib roast represented prosperity and tradition, connecting American families to English Christmas customs. Divinity candy made on humid-free days was the Christmas confection that tested both skill and patience while delivering pure sweetness. Sugar syrup was boiled to hardball stage, requiring precise temperature control and constant attention. Egg whites were beaten to stiff peaks separately. Then the hot syrup was slowly drizzled into them while beating continuously, creating a transformation from liquid to fluffy white candy. Vanilla and sometimes chopped nuts were folded in before the mixture was quickly dropped onto waxed paper in small mounds. The result was impossibly light, crispy on the outside but chewy inside, tasting like sweetened clouds with subtle vanilla depth. In Southern kitchens particularly, divinity represented holiday tradition and cooking mastery, something grandmothers made during cold, dry days when humidity would not ruin the texture. The candy was packed into tins and given as gifts or served from special dishes throughout the season. Modern candy makers rarely attempt divinity, intimidated by its requirements, but it once stood as proof of genuine kitchen skill and Christmas generosity. Gingerbread with lemon sauce was the kind of Thanksgiving dessert that wrapped the room in warmth before the first bite was even taken. The gingerbread came out of the oven dark and fragrant, soft enough to spring back when touched, but sturdy enough to hold a drizzle of the glossy lemon sauce that bubbled on the stove. The sauce itself was tart, bright, and smooth, poured over each slice while still hot, so the edges soaked up the sweetness. Families loved the contrast. Spice and citrus, heat and cool air drifting through a busy kitchen. It tasted like an older style of holiday, one built on simple ingredients and real time spent at the stove. As boxed mixes and canned toppings took over, fewer people bothered whisking a sauce by hand or baking gingerbread from scratch. But anyone who remembers this dessert can still recall the smell of spice rising with the steam and the way that golden sauce made a humble cake feel like something extraordinary. Coffee cakes have a rich history, with their origins in European baked goods that were transformed in the American culinary scene into a versatile cake enjoyed alongside coffee. In the 1980s, these cakes often featured a variety of ingredients such as cinnamon, nuts, and fruit fillings, with a crumbly streusel topping as a signature element. The batter typically includes flour, sugar, eggs, and sour cream or buttermilk, which contributes to its moist texture. The innovation of adding sour cream in the batter during the 1980s was particularly notable, as it helped keep the cake moist longer without needing artificial preservatives. Coffee cakes were frequently used as a testing ground for flavor combinations, incorporating ingredients like blueberries or apples, which were particularly abundant in the U.S. during this decade due to agricultural advancements. Coconut bonbons were those snow-white confections appearing in Christmas candy assortments, their creamy centers encased in shredded coconut that made them look like tiny snowballs. The centers were made from sweetened condensed milk mixed with powdered sugar and butter, flavored with vanilla or almond extract, then chilled until firm enough to shape. Each ball was rolled in flaked coconut, sometimes toasted for extra flavor, creating textural contrast between smooth interior and chewy exterior. Some families dipped bonbons in chocolate before the coconut coating, creating striped interiors when sliced. The candy was simple enough for children to help make, their small hands rolling sticky centers while adults managed the coating. Coconut bonbons kept well in refrigerators, making them ideal when candy dishes needed constant refilling. The flavor was pure, sweet comfort. Nothing sophisticated, just honest pleasure of coconut and cream. They've been replaced by commercial coconut candies that lack homemade tenderness. Candied orange peel transformed citrus scraps into jewel-like confections that looked almost too pretty to eat but tasted too good to resist. Mothers sliced orange peels into strips, boiled them repeatedly to remove bitterness, then simmered them in sugar syrup until translucent. Drained and tossed in granulated sugar, the peels sparkled like amber gems, their texture chewy and intensely flavored. Some mothers dipped theirs in dark chocolate, the bitter cocoa complementing sweet citrus perfectly. The candy took days to make properly, requiring multiple blanching sessions, but results were unlike anything from stores. Children were often surprised by how much they loved candied peel, expecting bitterness and finding instead concentrated orange sunshine. Arranged on plates alongside other candies, the peels added color and sophistication that elevated the entire spread. This was the candy that showed a mother's dedication, her willingness to transform what others discarded into something beautiful. Divinity Candy was the measure of a good cook's patience. One wrong move, too much humidity, a second too long on the stove, and the delicate meringue would collapse into a sticky mess. But when done right, Divinity was heaven itself. Airy, white, and kissed with vanilla, sometimes folded with nuts or coconut for texture. It was a candy that felt alive under your fingers, cooling into soft clouds that melted on the tongue. Making it was a holiday ritual, requiring timing, precision, and quiet concentration. Mothers and daughters would whisper over the pot, testing the syrup's readiness with practiced eyes. When the mixture reached perfection, it was spooned onto wax paper in little peaks, each one a triumph. Divinity was not flashy, but it carried a quiet grace, a symbol of the care and love poured into every Christmas kitchen. Today, few dare to attempt it, but those who do understand that the name was no exaggeration. Creamed pearl onions were a labor of love that few modern cooks would undertake, requiring patience to peel dozens of tiny onions before drowning them in velvety white sauce. Cooks blanched the pearl onions briefly, then slipped off papery skins one by one, a task often assigned to older children as their holiday contribution. The peeled onions were simmered in milk until tender, then folded into rich bechamel sauce seasoned with nutmeg and white pepper. The finished dish was creamy and mild, the sweetness of cooked onions mellowing into something almost buttery. Served in china bowls alongside the roast, creamed pearl onions added elegance to tables where everyday meals were simpler. Some families topped theirs with breadcrumbs and broiled them golden, adding textural contrast to the silky interior. The dish spoke of abundance and effort, qualities that defined holiday entertaining in an era when convenience foods were beginning to dominate. Today, the ritual of peeling has disappeared, along with the dish itself. Poke cake hit the scene in the 70s and got everyone excited because you could do so much with it. After baking a simple vanilla or chocolate cake, you poke holes all over it and fill those up with Jell-O, pudding, or sweetened condensed milk. This trick lets the filling soak into the cake, making it super moist and adding layers of flavor. Jell-O pushed this idea big time, showing everyone how a plain cake could turn into a showstopper. It was a hit because you could tweak it with different fillings depending on what you were into. But as tastes got more sophisticated and folks leaned towards less sugary stuff, poke cake kind of lost its spotlight. It was usually served in a big dish, looking casual and family-friendly. You'd often see it with a fluffy layer of whipped cream on top, maybe some fruit or sprinkles too, just to make those flavors pop. Butterscotch brownies, or blondies, mix it up with. Tomato aspic ring was a savory gelatin dish that once appeared in nearly every Betty Crocker holiday spread, even though today most people cannot imagine eating tomato juice suspended in a mold. Your grandparents knew it as a classic cold salad presented in bright red rings filled with crisp lettuce, celery, or cucumber in the center. It was elegant by mid-century standards, a way to show skill and modern taste when gelatin molds were considered the height of home entertaining. The mixture combined seasoned tomato liquid, gelatin, Worcestershire, and sometimes chopped vegetables, then chilled until firm enough to slice. The aspic was served alongside turkey ham or roast, making it a refreshing counterbalance to heavy foods. It looked dramatic on a table, especially when unmolded onto a polished platter shaped perfectly smooth and glistening under holiday lights. Time changed the expectations of Christmas menus, and with that change, tomato aspic faded quietly from homes replaced by fresher, lighter dishes. But for families who remember it, the aspic was a sign of tradition, care, and pride in presenting something beautiful even when ingredients were humble. It carried the spirit of a hostess who wanted her table to look as joyful as the season itself. Pork backbone and dumplings was Christmas comfort food that transformed butchering remnants into soul-warming celebration. The backbone, cut from hogs during December slaughter, was meaty enough to flavor broth but cheap enough for everyday tables. The bones simmered for hours with onions and black pepper until meat fell away tender. Then dumplings were dropped into bubbling broth. Flour, lard, and buttermilk rolled thin and cut into strips. They puffed up while cooking, absorbing rich pork flavor and creating thickness. In rural communities throughout the South, backbone and dumplings meant Christmas thrift elevated to tradition. Families gathered around steaming pots, spooning dumplings and tender pork into bowls. This wasn't fancy food, but it was deeply satisfying, the kind of meal that warmed you from inside while snow fell outside. The dumplings were tender and rich, the pork sweet and falling apart soft. This represented mountain Christmas, making celebration from what you had, turning necessity into tradition passed through generations. Harvey Wallbanger cake, inspired by the cocktail, infused the dessert scene with a unique blend of orange, vodka, and Galliano, offering a spirited, tangy treat. Its decline can be attributed to changing tastes and the proliferation of desserts that incorporate a wider range of flavors and ingredients. The novelty of alcohol-infused cakes has expanded, making the Harvey Wallbanger cake less distinctive among desserts that feature more complex or exotic alcohol bases. Additionally, the shift towards more natural and health-conscious dessert options has led to a decreased interest in cakes heavily reliant on processed ingredients. Despite this, the cake's distinctive flavors and potential for reinterpretation with higher quality, less processed ingredients could revitalize its appeal in the context of modern culinary trends. Cranberry conserve was the Christmas condiment that elevated turkey and ham beyond ordinary fare. A chunky preserve combining fresh cranberries with orange, nuts, and sometimes raisins. Unlike simple cranberry sauce from a can, conserve required cooking whole berries with sugar until they burst, then folding in orange zest, chopped walnuts, and diced apple for texture. The mixture was thick enough to hold its shape yet spreadable for biscuits. Families made conserve in large batches before Christmas, filling mason jars for gifts and storage. The flavor balanced tart cranberries with sweet orange and earthy walnuts, each spoonful offering different textures. Grandmothers served conserve in cut glass dishes, the deep ruby color glowing like jewels on the holiday table. The tradition transformed a simple berry into something worthy of celebration. Though cranberry sauce remains popular, the richer conserve has largely disappeared from modern tables. Oxtail stew simmered for hours on Christmas Eve, transforming the cheapest cuts from the butcher into rich, gelatinous luxury that rivaled any expensive roast. Butchers practically gave away oxtails, considering them scraps fit only for those who couldn't afford better. But patient cooks knew the secret. Those bony sections contained collagen that melted into silky richness when braised low and slow. The tails were browned in batches, then returned to heavy pots with onions, carrots, turnips, and whatever root vegetables the cellar still held. Hours of gentle simmering transformed tough meat into fork-tender strands, surrounded by gravy thick enough to coat a spoon. The marrow melted into the liquid, adding depth that no other cut could provide. Families gathered around steaming bowls, using bread to capture every drop. Oxtail stew represented the wisdom of slow cooking, the understanding that time and heat could elevate even the humblest ingredients. Shoofly pie was a slice of Appalachian history wrapped in a layer of sticky molasses and crumb topping, a dessert born from frugality and resourcefulness. It was called choufle because the sweet smell drew flies toward the table, and cooks had to shoo them away as the pie cooled. Families made it because molasses was cheaper and easier to store than sugar, making it the perfect holiday ingredient for households that had more hard work than money. The pie baked into a deep, gooey layer at the bottom with a crumbly cake-like topping on top, creating a texture that felt both rustic and indulgent. Children loved it because it was sweet enough to feel forbidden, and adults enjoyed it because every bite tasted like the land they came from. Over time, as refined sugar became cheap and store-bought pies took over, choufle pie disappeared from most homes. It was too regional, too old-fashioned, too simple to compete with newer holiday desserts, but the people who remember it still talk about it with a quiet pride. It was a dessert that told a story, and every slice tasted a little like history. Butter beans with ham hocks brought Southern comfort to Christmas tables, their creamy texture and smoky depth satisfying appetites like few vegetables could. Dried lima beans were soaked overnight, then simmered for hours with a meaty ham hock until both beans and meat surrendered to tenderness. The cooking liquid reduced into a rich pot liquor that coated every bean with silky, porky goodness. Some cooks added onion, bay leaves, or a pinch of sugar to balance flavors, though purists let the ham and beans speak for themselves. The dish required time more than skill. Long, slow cooking was the only secret. Served in deep bowls with cornbread for soaking up the liquor, butter beans with ham hocks could anchor a meal or accompany the main roast. Grandmothers in the South passed down their timing instincts, knowing exactly when beans reached that perfect creamy yet whole texture. The dish connected Christmas to everyday survival cooking, reminding families that humble ingredients prepared with care could grace any occasion. Infinity wreaths were the kind of candy that felt almost too pretty to eat. Made from whipped sugar syrup and egg whites tinted a soft pink, they were piped into delicate circles and topped with bits of candied cherry to look like miniature wreaths. They dried to a crisp shell, glossy and perfect, the kind of treat meant to impress at church bake sales and family parties. Housewives of the 1950s prided themselves on these: the precision, the patience, the artistry. Every wreath was a little labor of love that demanded steady hands and careful timing. They were arranged on plates or strung with ribbon for decoration, part candy, part craft. Today's confections might be flashier, but few carry the charm of these pastel creations. They represented an age when food doubled as festivity, when every bite was shaped to bring beauty and joy to the table. Ribbon candy was the impossibly thin, ruffled confection that looked like frozen silk and required true artistry to create. Molten sugar was pulled and folded repeatedly until it developed a satiny sheen, then stretched into long ribbons and pleated while still pliable. The process required speed and skill. The candy had to be folded before it cooled and cracked. Mothers who mastered ribbon candy were considered artists, their delicate creations displayed proudly on holiday tables. The candy came in multiple colors, often striped, with each hue representing a different flavor from peppermint to cinnamon to wintergreen. Children were warned to handle ribbon candy carefully, its thin edges fragile as glass. Eating it meant carefully breaking off pieces that shattered and dissolved, releasing intense sweetness. Ribbon candy appeared in decorative tins at fancy stores, but homemade versions were fresher and more impressive. This candy represented the highest level of Christmas confectionery skill. Fruit and nut balls were those dense confections rolled in coconut or powdered sugar that appeared on every church cookie exchange plate during the holidays. The mixture combined ground-dried fruits, dates, figs, raisins, with chopped nuts and sometimes graham cracker crumbs, bound together with honey or corn syrup. No baking was required, making them perfect for busy December schedules when oven space was precious. The balls were rolled by hand, each one slightly different, then coated in coconut, powdered sugar, or finely chopped nuts. The flavor was intensely fruity and sweet, concentrated enough that one or two satisfied. Children could help make them, their small hands perfect for rolling the sticky mixture into uniform spheres. Fruit and nut balls kept for weeks in tins, their flavors melding and improving over time. They represented the practical approach to holiday candy: wholesome ingredients, no special equipment, and results that looked impressive despite their simplicity. Texas sheet cake is renowned for its rich, fudgy icing and moist chocolate base, traditionally baked in a large, flat baking sheet. This cake is particularly noted for its method of pouring warm icing over the hot cake, allowing the icing to partially soak into the top layer of the cake, creating a uniquely moist texture. The traditional recipe uses everyday ingredients like flour, sugar, buttermilk, and cocoa. But the 1980s saw variations that included adding cinnamon or espresso powder to enhance the chocolate flavor. Additionally, the ease of preparation, often just mixing the wet and dry ingredients together, made it accessible for bakers of all skill levels. The cake's popularity was also supported by the widespread availability of high-quality cocoa powders and vanilla extracts, which were becoming more accessible and affordable. Buttercream frosted Yule log cakes were the Christmas dessert that required artistry and delivered woodland magic. Chocolate or vanilla sponge cake was baked thin, spread with buttercream or jam, then rolled into logs while still warm. Once cooled, the logs were frosted with chocolate buttercream textured with forks to resemble tree bark. Meringue mushrooms, marzipan holly, and powdered sugar snow completed the forest scene. The cake was light and creamy, the roll creating spirals when sliced that were beautiful and delicious. In French traditions adopted by American families, the Yule log represented ancient celebrations where actual logs were burned for luck. Making these cakes became a holiday ritual, with mothers teaching daughters how to roll without cracking. The finished logs were centerpieces on dessert tables, too pretty to cut, but too delicious to save. Today's simpler cakes miss the craftsmanship and imagination that made Yule logs genuine works of edible art representing Christmas magic. Bread stuffing balls were individual portions of holiday stuffing shaped and baked until crispy outside and tender within, eliminating serving challenges of casserole-style dressing. The stuffing mixture, cubed bread, celery, onions, sage, and broth, was formed into golf ball-sized spheres and arranged on baking sheets. A brush of melted butter before baking ensured golden, crispy exteriors, while interiors stayed moist. Each guest received their own perfect portion. No fighting over corner pieces or soggy centers. Children especially loved the novelty of stuffing they could pick up, and adults appreciated increased ratio of crispy surface to soft interior. Some cooks added sausage or chestnuts, creating richer balls. The individual portions made serving easier, no digging through casserole dishes while juggling plates. Bread stuffing balls represented creative problem-solving in holiday kitchens, taking a traditional dish and reimagining its presentation for practical and delicious results. Souse meat with crackers was Christmas appetizer that transformed pork scraps into delicacy through careful preparation. The souse was made from pig heads, feet, and ears boiled until tender, then chopped fine and bound with gelatin from bones. Vinegar, onions, and spices were added before pressing mixture into loaf pans to set. By Christmas, the souse sliced clean, its texture firm and slightly gelatinous, its flavor tangy and rich. Served cold with saltine crackers, this was Christmas snacking that represented complete hog utilization. In mountain communities, souse meant respect for animals and refusal to waste anything. The vinegar preserved meat while adding brightness that cut through richness. Children learned to appreciate souse as grown-up food, its complex flavors marking passage into adult tastes. This was Christmas tradition born from necessity, proving that the finest cooking often came from using everything and wasting nothing. Lady Baltimore cake, with its origins in Southern baking traditions, faces obscurity as modern tastes lean towards less sugary, more globally influenced desserts. The cake's distinctive fruit and nut filling, once a mark of indulgence, contrasts with current trends favoring minimalism and natural ingredients. The labor-intensive preparation and perceived heaviness of traditional cakes like Lady Baltimore have contributed to their decline in favor of lighter, simpler desserts. However, The cultural heritage and the potential for ingredient innovation in Lady Baltimore cake present an opportunity for revival among enthusiasts of American baking history and those seeking a connection to culinary heritage through updated, healthier versions. Eggnog pie was the Christmas dessert that captured the season's signature drink in a slice, a creamy custard flavored with nutmeg, vanilla, and often a splash of bourbon or rum. The filling was essentially eggnog thickened with eggs and baked until just set, wobbling slightly when the pie emerged from the oven. The crust was typically simple pastry, though some cooks used graham cracker or ginger snap crusts for added spice. Fresh nutmeg grated over the top added both flavor and visual appeal. Families served eggnog pie chilled, often with whipped cream that melted slowly into the silky filling. The dessert was practical. It could be made days ahead and stored in the refrigerator, freeing oven space for Christmas Day cooking. For those who loved eggnog but wanted something to eat rather than drink, this pie delivered the same comforting flavors in a new form that satisfied holiday cravings. Fried mush appeared on Christmas morning tables when the budget allowed nothing fancier. The humble cornmeal transformed through a 2-day process into something crispy and satisfying. The day before, cornmeal was cooked into thick porridge, then poured into loaf pans and chilled until firm enough to slice. Christmas morning, the slices were fried in bacon fat or lard until golden and crispy on both sides, then served with molasses, syrup, or whatever sweetener the pantry held. The contrast between crispy exterior and creamy interior made each bite interesting, and the corn flavor was comforting and familiar. Fried mush required almost no expense. Cornmeal was the cheapest grain, and the cooking fat came from previous meals. The dish represented the ingenuity of poor cooks who knew that texture and technique could elevate even the most basic ingredients into something worth serving on Christmas morning. Oyster stew was the Christmas Eve tradition that brought coastal flavors to holiday tables across America, even in landlocked states. Fresh oysters were gently poached in their own liquor with butter, cream, and just enough seasoning to enhance their briny sweetness. The stew was served in warmed bowls with oyster crackers floating on top, each spoonful delivering plump oysters in rich, silky broth. Families maintained this tradition from generations past, when oysters were abundant and affordable enough for working-class celebrations. The dish required restraint. Overcooking turned oysters rubbery. Too much seasoning masked their delicate flavor. Some families added celery or a touch of sherry, but purists insisted on simplicity. By the 1980s, oyster prices had risen and the tradition faded. Those who grew up with oyster stew Christmas Eves remember the ritual of shucking, the anticipation, and the briny warmth that meant the holiday had truly begun. Pumpkin roll with cream cheese filling was the pride of holiday bakers in the 1970s and 1980s, a dessert that quietly proved who had real confidence in the kitchen. It was never something you could rush. You baked the thin pumpkin cake just right, warm enough to roll but cool enough not to tear, then wrapped it in a sugared towel so it held its shape. Families watched mothers and grandmothers handle it like a fragile secret, knowing a single mistake meant starting over. When the cream cheese filling was spread across the unrolled cake, the whole kitchen filled with vanilla and spice. Rolling it back up brought a moment of suspense before those perfect spirals appeared later on the cutting board. But desserts with shortcuts slowly replaced it, and fewer people wanted to spend an afternoon coaxing a thin sheet of cake into behaving. Still, those who tasted it remember the soft pumpkin sponge, the cool, tangy filling, and the feeling that this dessert was part skill and part celebration. Peppermint ice cream made in hand-crank freezers was the Christmas dessert that required family teamwork and delivered seasonal perfection. Custard base was prepared on the stove with eggs, cream, milk, and sugar, then cooled completely before peppermint extract and crushed candy canes were stirred in. The mixture was poured into the metal canister of an ice cream freezer surrounded by ice and rock salt. Then someone began the long process of cranking the handle. Children took turns, their arms growing tired as the mixture thickened and resistance increased. When finally frozen, the ice cream was pink-tinted, intensely minty, and studded with candy pieces that provided crunch. The flavor was refreshing yet creamy, tasting exactly like Christmas in frozen form. In families throughout the 1950s and 1960s, making peppermint ice cream was a holiday tradition that brought everyone together, creating memories as much as dessert. The hand-cranked texture was distinctive, smoother than modern commercial versions. Today's convenience cannot match the satisfaction and the anticipation that came from making ice cream together as family activity on Christmas Day. Bourbon balls were the adult confection found on every Southern cookie tray, those no-bake treats that packed a spirited punch beneath their chocolate coating. The recipe was elegantly simple: crushed vanilla wafers mixed with cocoa, powdered sugar, corn syrup, and generous amounts of Kentucky bourbon, then rolled into balls and coated in powdered sugar or chocolate. No cooking was required, making them perfect for busy holiday schedules, though they needed days of aging for flavors to meld. The bourbon mellowed as the balls rested, transforming from harsh to smooth while permeating every bite with warm, oaky sweetness. Ladies made batches in their kitchens, storing them in tins between layers of waxed paper. The treats were not for children, though teenagers sometimes snuck them from platters. Bourbon balls represented a genteel form of indulgence, strong enough to notice but respectable enough for church socials. They've never entirely disappeared but are rarely made with the same generous pour. Bread pudding traditionally utilizes stale bread, milk, eggs, sugar, and spices like cinnamon or nutmeg, transforming basic leftovers into a sumptuous dessert. The custard base is created by whisking together eggs and sugar, to which milk or cream is added, along with vanilla for flavor. The stale bread is soaked in this mixture until it becomes saturated, then baked until the custard sets and the top turns golden. Originating from 11th century Europe as a means to use up stale bread, the dish evolved significantly by the 1980s, incorporating richer ingredients like brioche or challah. During this period, culinary enthusiasts began adding luxury elements such as chocolate chips, bourbon-soaked raisins, or layers of fresh fruit like apples or pears to enhance the flavor profile. Moreover, the introduction of double cream in the custard mixture became popular for its ability to add a velvety richness, contrasting beautifully with the crispy caramelized top that becomes a highlight of the well-baked surface. Fantasy Fudge was the miracle recipe that appeared on marshmallow cream jars and made foolproof fudge accessible to every mother. The recipe combined sugar, butter, and evaporated milk with chocolate chips and marshmallow cream, eliminating the tricky temperature monitoring that traditional fudge required. Mothers boiled the sugar mixture for exactly 5 minutes, then stirred in the chips and cream until everything melted into glossy perfection. The result was smoother and creamier than old-fashioned fudge, with a texture that practically melted on the tongue. Children didn't care that this version was easier. They only knew it tasted incredible and appeared every Christmas. Poured into pans and cut into squares, Fantasy Fudge had the same satisfying density as traditional recipes, but with far less risk of failure. The recipe spread through communities during the 1970s, photocopied and shared between friends. Fantasy Fudge democratized candy making, proving that delicious homemade treats didn't require years of practice. Cornflake Christmas wreaths were sticky, sweet, and green, the kind of treat that made every child's eyes light up in the 1960s. They were crafted from melted marshmallows, butter, and cornflakes, tinted with food coloring and dotted with tiny red candies. Simple, messy, and irresistible, these wreaths were a mother's quick solution for something festive without breaking the budget. Children shaped them by hand, their fingers coated in syrupy sugar, while laughter filled the kitchen. No one cared if they looked uneven or stuck to the wax paper. The fun was in the making. These little wreaths symbolized everything pure about mid-century Christmas joy, creativity, resourcefulness, and togetherness. They cooled on countertops, glistening like ornaments you could eat, waiting to be carried to school parties or shared after church. They might not appear on holiday tables today, replaced by sleek desserts and store-bought cookies, but their memory lingers like the sound of wrapping paper and carols. One bite could still take anyone back to the warmth of a simpler season. That sweet, crunchy top makes it a simple pleasure, just a real, cozy, old-school dessert. Wacky cake is also known as depression cake because it came about when stuff like eggs and milk were hard to come by. It's vegan by accident, using vinegar and baking soda to make it rise instead of eggs. This cake is all about being deliciously simple and affordable, mixing everything right in the baking pan, which means less mess too. Although it was a big deal back when fancy ingredients were scarce, it's not the showstopper it once was with all the fancy desserts out there now. Still, it remains a popular choice in vegan and creamed spinach was the elegant green that appeared at formal holiday tables, transforming a vegetable many children feared into something rich enough to tempt skeptics. Fresh or frozen spinach was cooked until tender, then folded into bechamel sauce enriched with cream and nutmeg. The result was silky and indulgent, spinach's slight bitterness mellowed by dairy richness. Served in small portions from silver bowls, creamed spinach added sophistication to tables that might otherwise feel rustic. Some versions incorporated cream cheese for body, while others kept the sauce light to let spinach shine. The dish required careful preparation. Overcooking turned spinach army green, but rewards justified the attention. Creamed spinach represented the era's appreciation for vegetables treated as worthy of the same care as meats and desserts, elevated beyond nutrition. Dutch Appelkuchen was the cozy breakfast treat Betty Crocker pushed during the holiday season, combining soft dough warm apples and a sugary crumble topping. It was baked in wide pans so that families could cut generous squares on Christmas morning, filling the house with the smell of cinnamon-rising dough and sweet apples. This dish blended the feel of coffee cake with the tenderness of fruit pastries, making it both comforting and celebratory. It disappeared as store-bought pastries replaced homemade breakfasts, but it remains one of the most nostalgic Betty Crocker holiday bakes. Grandparents served it warm with butter melting into the top, and children gathered close to the table, waiting for their piece as the winter sun came through frosted windows. It made mornings feel special long before gifts were opened. Pickled eggs with beets were Christmas appetizers that added color and tang to holiday tables. Hard-boiled eggs were peeled and packed into jars with sliced beets and spiced vinegar, turning deep magenta as they pickled. By Christmas, the eggs had absorbed beet sweetness and vinegar brightness, becoming something far more interesting than plain boiled eggs. Sliced and served cold, they provided protein and visual appeal. In mountain communities, pickled eggs represented preservation skill and resourcefulness, turning abundant summer beets and everyday eggs into Christmas specialty. The eggs were firm and tangy with slight sweetness from beets. Children were fascinated by their color, adults appreciated their complex flavor. This was Christmas food that required planning and patience, proving best celebrations came from work done months earlier, transforming ordinary ingredients into something special through time, vinegar, and knowledge. Viennetta, with its elegant layers, once defined the pinnacle of frozen desserts, offering a sophisticated alternative to the everyday ice cream treat. The introduction of an array of gourmet frozen desserts and artisanal ice cream options overshadowed Viennetta's once unique appeal. Additionally, changes in consumer preferences towards customizable and varied dessert options made Viennetta, which offers limited flavors and variations, less attractive. Its decline also reflects broader shifts in the dessert market, where consumers increasingly seek out desserts that offer both visual appeal and a complex array of flavors, something Viennetta's simple elegance no longer fulfilled for many. Figgy pudding was the Christmas dessert made famous by carols, though few singers knew what they were demanding when they refused to leave until they got some. This steamed pudding was dense with dried figs, breadcrumbs, sweet and spices, cooked in cloth-wrapped molds for hours until dark and fragrant. The figs provided sweetness and moisture that kept the pudding tender, while sweet gave richness that butter couldn't match. Brandy was usually added both to the batter and poured over before serving. Like plum pudding, figgy pudding was often set aflame at the table, blue flames dancing across its surface before being extinguished. Families made it weeks ahead, storing the wrapped pudding in cool cellars while flavors developed and deepened. The tradition connected American tables to English ancestors who had sung the same carols and demanded the same pudding for centuries. carrying beloved holiday customs across the Atlantic. Chicken feet soup simmered on Christmas stoves in communities where every part of the bird found purpose, the gelatinous feet creating broth richer than any made from expensive cuts. Butchers gave away feet for pennies or nothing, considering them waste that customers would reject. But knowing cooks understood that feet contained collagen that melted into silky, bodybuilding broth during hours of slow simmering. The feet were cleaned thoroughly, blanched to remove impurities, then added to pots with vegetables and herbs. The resulting soup was golden and rich, its texture almost creamy from dissolved gelatin. Families served it as a first course before whatever main dish the budget allowed, the soup warming bodies and filling stomachs. Children might have been squeamish about the feet floating in their bowls, but they loved the taste. Chicken feet soup represented the wisdom of waste-nothing cooking, transforming discards into nourishment. Christmas cranberry chutney mold was one of the spiced gelatin dishes Betty Crocker pushed in her mid-century holiday menus, presenting cranberries not just as sauce, but as a shaped, glistening centerpiece. Cranberries, sugar spices, and sometimes citrus were simmered down, then mixed with gelatin, and poured into decorative molds that created scalloped or fluted designs once chilled. When unmolded, the chutney held its shape, beautifully glowing red like a gem under dining room lights. Its tangy, spiced flavor paired well with turkey ham and stuffing, offering a bright contrast to heavier dishes. The mold symbolized the era when gelatin creations were considered glamorous and the height of holiday presentation. It embraced the idea that even condiments could be elevated into showpieces with the right mold and a little creativity. Though chutney molds rarely appear, now they remain a hallmark of Betty Crocker's vintage Christmas style. Rice pudding appeared on Christmas dessert tables when eggs and milk were available, but expensive ingredients like chocolate and nuts were not. The creamy custard studded with raisins, satisfying sweet cravings simply. Leftover rice was baked with milk, eggs, sugar, and vanilla until it set into a creamy pudding that could be served warm or cold. Raisins added sweetness and texture, plumping in the custard as it baked until they burst with concentrated flavor. Some families added cinnamon or nutmeg, others kept the flavor pure and simple. The pudding was economical, using rice that might otherwise have been discarded and eggs from backyard chickens that cost nothing but feed. Children loved its gentle sweetness, and adults appreciated how it stretched limited ingredients into a dessert that looked and tasted intentional rather than improvised. Rice pudding represented thrift dressed as tradition, the transformation of leftovers into something worth serving on Christmas Day. Scalloped potatoes au gratin were the bubbling, golden casserole that emerged from ovens across America, their creamy layers and crispy cheese topping satisfying even the pickiest guests. Potatoes were sliced thin by hand, no food processors yet, then layered in baking dishes with butter, flour, cream, and sharp cheddar cheese. The casserole baked slowly, the potatoes softening as the sauce thickened and the top turned golden brown. Each serving revealed those beautiful layers, potato slices held together by rich, cheesy sauce. Families made these potatoes for every major holiday, the recipe unchanged for generations. The dish required time and attention, the potatoes needing thin, even slices for proper cooking. Children loved the crispy edges and cheese, while adults appreciated how the richness complemented roast meats. Modern scalloped potatoes often use shortcuts, but nothing matches the version made from scratch with patience and real cream. Fried apple pies with sorghum were Christmas dessert that children waited for all year. Dried apples from summer harvest were rehydrated and cooked down with sorghum syrup, cinnamon, and nutmeg until thick and jammy. The filling was enclosed in circles of biscuit dough, crimped shut, and fried in hot lard until golden and crackling. The result was handheld Christmas joy. Crispy outside, molten apple inside, sweet and spiced. In rural communities, fried apple pies meant celebration accessible to poorest families, since dried apples cost nothing but summer work. Children received these as special treats, burning their mouths on hot filling while snow fell outside. The pies were portable, lasting days without refrigeration, making them perfect for holiday visiting. Each bite delivered concentrated apple sweetness balanced by pastry crunch, proving that simplest ingredients could create genuine luxury when prepared with care and love passed through generations. Baked Alaska Flamed Tableside was the dramatic Christmas dessert that combined ice cream, cake, and meringue into a theatrical dining experience. Sponge cake was cut into rounds and soaked with liqueur, then topped with brick ice cream that had been shaped and frozen rock hard. The entire construction was covered in thick meringue that was quickly browned under the broiler or with a blowtorch, creating insulation that protected the ice cream while the exterior caramelized. At the table, brandy was poured over and ignited, sending blue flames dancing across the white surface. The contrast of temperatures was shocking and delicious, hot meringue giving way to cold ice cream with tender cake underneath. In fancy restaurants and ambitious home kitchens during the 1950s and 1960s, Baked Alaska represented the pinnacle of dessert showmanship, something that required timing, confidence, and theatrical flair. Families remembered these desserts for decades, the drama making the occasion unforgettable. Today's simpler desserts cannot match the spectacle or the satisfying complexity. Prune cake was one of those desserts people loved long before they ever admitted it. A moist, spiced treat that showed up on countless holiday tables thanks to its deep flavor and long shelf life. Grandmothers especially swore by it, calling it their secret weapon because it never dried out and always tasted better the next day. The prunes disappeared into the batter, lending sweetness and moisture without announcing themselves too boldly, and the spices wrapped everything in a warm, comforting aroma. It was a cake that stretched ingredients wisely, perfect for large families and tight budgets. Children would roll their eyes at the thought of prunes, but one bite of that sticky sweet crumb made them believers. It was a dessert born from practicality, the kind of treat that made the most of what people had on hand. But as times changed and holiday desserts became flashier, prune cake was left behind. It did not look glamorous, it did not have fancy toppings, and it did not fit the modern obsession with picture-perfect food. So it vanished, even though anyone who ever loved it can still taste it in their memory, a quiet classic forgotten but never truly gone. Charlotte Russe was that elegant molded dessert appearing at fancy Christmas parties, a tower of Bavarian cream surrounded by ladyfingers and crowned with whipped cream rosettes. The preparation required making custard from scratch, folding in whipped cream and gelatin, then carefully lining a mold with ladyfingers before filling it with the cream mixture. The dessert had to chill for hours until set, then came the nerve-wracking moment of unmolding, a successful release revealing a perfect striped tower, while failure meant a collapsed mess. Bakeries in cities sold individual charlottes in paper cups, but the homemade version was the showpiece of Christmas buffets during the 1960s. Hostesses would dust the top with powdered sugar to look like snow or pipe elaborate whipped cream decorations in red and green. Charlotte Russe required skills home cooks once practiced regularly, making proper custard, whipping cream by hand, and working with gelatin. As these techniques faded from common knowledge, so did this graceful dessert. People today might find it too rich or too much work, but that was the point. It was meant to be made together, to take time, to stir stories between sips. The foam clung to the rim of the cup, the same way joy clung to the season itself. Ribbon salad mold was the crown jewel of mid-century Christmas buffets, an edible rainbow layered in shimmering tiers of gelatin and cream. Every church potluck and family supper table in the 1950s seemed to have one, its wobbly surface glistening under the soft glow of tinsel-covered lights. Housewives poured each layer with precision, lime, strawberry, pineapple, waiting for one to set before adding the next. The cream cheese middle was the star, cutting the sweetness with a soft tang that made the whole thing sing. It was a dish born of pride and presentation, not convenience. People admired it more than they ate it, marveling at its even stripes and jewel tones. When refrigerators became the heart of the modern kitchen, gelatin molds became a symbol of progress, and ribbon salad mold ruled the holidays. Over time, it vanished, dismissed as a relic of artificial color and outdated taste. Yet, for those who remember, its wobble was more than food. It was a reflection of an age that believed every meal deserved a little glamour. Chocolate truffles were the sophisticated confection that mothers rolled by hand, each ganache center coated in cocoa or nuts. Heavy cream was heated and poured over chopped chocolate, then stirred until smooth and chilled until firm enough to scoop. Small portions were rolled quickly between palms, the warmth of hands softening the ganache, then immediately coated in cocoa powder, chopped nuts, or more melted chocolate. The texture was what made truffles special, that moment when the coating gave way to silky, intensely chocolatey centers. Children considered truffles grown-up candy, something to be savored rather than grabbed by the handful. Mothers who made truffles often experimented with flavors, adding orange zest, coffee, or liqueurs to the ganache. The candies looked professional but required no special equipment, just quality chocolate and patience. Truffles represented European sophistication brought into American kitchens, proving that elegant confections could be homemade. Ambrosia salad was the jewel of Southern Christmas tables, a shimmering bowl of citrus, coconut, and cream that felt like sunshine in winter. Sliced oranges, pineapple, and cherries were folded into whipped cream or sour cream layered with shredded coconut until it glowed. Every family had its own version. Some added marshmallows, others used gelatin, but all believed it brought brightness to the meal. Ambrosia was about celebration, abundance, and the joy of sharing. It was one of those dishes that looked too pretty to eat, its colors gleaming like stained glass under the dining room lights. Children would sneak spoonfuls before dinner, their fingers sticky with cream and sugar. Served in cut glass bowls, it stood proudly beside the turkey and ham, proof that fruit could feel like a feast. The recipe crossed generations, carrying whispers of grandmother's kitchens and Sunday suppers long past. Over time, it faded into nostalgia, dismissed as old-fashioned, but its spirit still lingers in every creamy fruit salad that comes after. It was sweet, tangy, and a little bit sentimental, just like Christmas itself. In its humble mix of flavors was a reminder that joy often hides in the simplest of bowls. Cherry pineapple gelatin mold was one of the bright jewel-toned centerpieces found on mid-century Christmas tables, built from gelatin canned fruit and decorative molds. The mixture set into a scalloped ring that held cherries and pineapple pieces suspended like stained glass. It brought color to winter meals and added a sweet chilled side dish to balance heavier foods. This mold reflected a time when appearance was as important as flavor, and holiday tables were dressed in vivid colors. Eventually, gelatin salads faded from style, but this dish remains iconic within vintage Betty Crocker collections. It recalled an era when hospitality meant crafting something eye-catching even with inexpensive ingredients, and when molded salads were considered the height of festive creativity. The shimmer of fruit beneath the surface made every table look a little more cheerful. Venison backstrap with wild mushroom gravy was Christmas luxury harvested from November hunts and preserved for holiday feast. The backstrap was the tenderest deer cut, saved specifically for Christmas when families wanted something special. Hunters took their best bucks in late fall, field-dressed properly, and hung meat in cold sheds where December temperatures kept it fresh. The backstrap was sliced thick, seasoned with salt and pepper, then seared quickly in hot cast iron to keep inside pink and tender. Wild mushrooms gathered in fall and dried were reconstituted and cooked into rich gravy using pan drippings, creating earthy depth complementing venison. In mountain communities, venison Christmas meant rifle skill, understanding deer movement, and respect for animals giving lives to feed families. This wasn't bought meat, but earned through cold mornings in tree stands. The backstrap melted on tongue, flavor clean and sweet. Families served it with potatoes and beans. Tunnel of Fudge Cake stood out for its innovative use of a fudgy filling within a cake, capturing the hearts of many during the Pillsbury Bake-Off in 1966. Its decline in popularity can be traced to the evolution of dessert preferences towards lighter, less rich options. Additionally, the complexity of achieving the perfect gooey center without undercooking the rest of the cake presents a challenge for the average home baker, contributing to its waning presence in modern kitchens. As consumers have grown more health-conscious, the dense, calorie-laden nature of the cake further diminishes its appeal. However, the enduring love for chocolate and nostalgia for classic desserts offers an opportunity for Tunnel of Fudge cake to be reinvented with healthier ingredients and simplified preparation techniques. Date nut bread appeared in Christmas kitchens when cooks wanted something special that wasn't quite cake and wasn't quite bread, a sweet loaf perfect for breakfast or afternoon tea. The batter came together quickly. Chopped dates were softened in hot water or coffee, then mixed with flour, sugar, eggs, and generous handfuls of walnuts or pecans. The loaves baked slowly in narrow pans, emerging dark and fragrant with tender crumb that sliced cleanly. Some recipes called for orange zest, others added spices, but dates and nuts remained constant. The bread improved after a day of resting, wrapped in foil while flavors melded. Families sliced it thin and spread cream cheese across each piece, the tangy cheese balancing concentrated sweetness. Date nut bread was proper food for company, served on good china with coffee or tea. Mothers made multiple loaves each December, keeping some for the family and gifting others to neighbors as edible expressions of holiday warmth and thoughtful generosity. Coconut custard pie was the quiet heartbeat of Southern holiday tables, a dessert that won people over without needing decoration or fuss. It came from the simplest ingredients: eggs, milk, sugar, shredded coconut, and vanilla. As it baked, the custard settled low while the coconut rose and turned golden, creating a pie that tasted warm and familiar. Families loved it because it brought sunshine to a cold season and reminded them of childhood afternoons. It showed up at potlucks and Thanksgiving dinners long before more elaborate desserts became popular. Older cooks trusted it because it never failed, even in lean years. But as store-bought pies and trendier flavors crowded the table, this humble favorite faded. People forgot how satisfying a soft custard and toasted coconut could be. Still, in homes where old recipes survive, this pie remains a gentle reminder of slower holidays and simple comfort. Peppermint chiffon pie was the pale pink cloud of a dessert that once appeared on many Betty Crocker winter menus, offering a light, airy alternative to heavier Christmas sweets. It began with crushed peppermint candy folded into a chiffon mixture of whipped cream, gelatin, and sugar, creating a soft pastel filling poured into a simple crust. As it chilled, it firmed into a delicate slice that melted on the tongue, leaving a gentle mint sweetness. Its color alone made it perfect for holiday tables, reminiscent of candy canes and festive ribbons. Families served it after heavy meals because it felt refreshing instead of overwhelming. Over time, chiffon pies lost popularity, and peppermint desserts shifted toward bark and cookies, leaving this once beloved pie behind. Yet, it remains a symbol of mid-century elegance, and the Betty Crocker approach to creating desserts that looked cheerful and tasted light. It was a dish meant to bring a breath of winter freshness to the end of a warm family meal. Tomato aspic was the elegant mold that separated sophisticated hostesses from casual cooks, its shimmering clarity announcing refinement on any holiday table. Tomato juice was combined with unflavored gelatin, lemon juice, Worcestershire sauce, and careful seasoning, then poured into decorative molds to set. The result was a quivering ruby ring that held its shape when unmolded onto beds of crisp lettuce. Some versions included chopped celery, olives, or shrimp suspended within like jewels in amber. The taste was intensely savory, nothing like sweet fruit gelatins that dominated other parts of the meal. Aspic required confidence, as unmolding could go wrong if the gelatin hadn't set properly. Successful unmolding brought genuine pride, the mold releasing perfectly onto its serving platter with a satisfying wobble. Tomato aspic represented formal entertaining from an earlier era, when certain dishes signaled social knowledge. Its disappearance marked changing tastes that favor simplicity over structured elegance. The Watergate cake, popping up in the 70s, was all about riding the wave of the famous scandal it's named after. This pistachio-flavored cake, made with pistachio pudding mix, sports a funky green color and a nutty taste, lightened up with some club soda. It's usually decked out with a frosting that's also got pudding in it and sprinkled with pecans, making for a pretty unique look and texture. The whole novelty of its theme and the connection to a wild moment in politics helped make it a hit. But as people started digging more natural and less artificially flavored sweets, its star faded. Watergate cake was typically a sheet cake, super easy to slice up for casual gatherings. Mincemeat tarts were the tiny treasures of holiday baking, rich with spice and memory. Each one held a spoonful of sweet, boozy fruit filling, apples, raisins, currants, and a splash of brandy, wrapped in a delicate pastry shell. The scent alone could make a house feel festive, filling every room with warmth and nostalgia. Mincemeat came from old British tradition, but American cooks made it their own, often skipping the actual meat and leaning into spice and sweetness instead. These tarts were made in batches, cooled on windowsills and packed into tins as gifts for friends and neighbors. They were a sign of generosity, of effort, of care taken in every fold of the dough. Few people make them now, maybe because they take time or because modern taste leans simpler, but in every bite of those old tarts was a story, a link to Christmases when home felt smaller but love felt bigger. English toffee was the shatteringly crisp candy that coated kitchens in butter-scented clouds every time mothers made a batch. Sugar and butter were cooked together until deeply caramelized, then poured thin onto baking sheets and topped with melted chocolate and crushed almonds while still warm. The toffee had to reach exactly the right temperature. Too low and it stayed chewy, too high and it turned bitter. Once cooled, it was broken into irregular shards that ranged from paper-thin edges to thick, nutty centers. The texture was what made English toffee special, shattering between teeth before melting into buttery sweetness on the tongue. Children loved the combination of crispy toffee, smooth chocolate, and crunchy almonds in every bite. These candies were often packaged in decorative tins for gift-giving, their homemade quality impressing recipients who knew how difficult proper toffee could be. English toffee represented the pinnacle of sugar cooking skill in many Christmas candy traditions. Cranberry pudding with hard sauce was one of those desserts that looked humble on the outside but carried a surprising punch once you cut into it. This steamed pudding was dense, tart, and beautifully old-fashioned, the kind of dish families made before ovens were common in every home. The cranberries gave it a deep ruby color and a sharpness that cut through the heaviness of a Thanksgiving meal, and it always arrived at the table warm enough to fog up the windows. But the real magic came from the hard sauce, a thick mixture of butter, sugar, and a touch of something strong enough to make everyone at the table raise their eyebrows just a bit. When you dolloped it over the pudding, it melted slowly, seeping into every corner and creating a flavor no modern dessert can truly imitate. Families made this because it felt festive, grown up, and cozy all at once, a dessert that lit up the room even without frosting or decorations. Over time, the steaming process fell out of fashion, and people traded long cooking times for convenience. Microwaves replaced kettles, boxed mixes replaced handwritten recipes, and the pudding slipped quietly into obscurity. But the truth is, a dessert like this was never about convenience. It was about gathering in the kitchen, checking the pot, waiting together, and finally sharing something warm and indulgent on a cold holiday night, a forgotten classic, but one with a heart that has never really disappeared. Mincemeat pie with real sweet and brandy was the Christmas dessert that took weeks to prepare and lasted through the entire season. Families started in November, chopping dried fruits, apples, raisins, and citrus peel, then mixing them with actual beef sweet, spices, molasses, and generous amounts of brandy or rum. The mixture was packed into stone crocks and left to age, the flavors melding and intensifying as the alcohol preserved everything. By Christmas, the mincemeat was dark, rich, and incredibly complex, tasting of cinnamon, cloves, citrus, and deep boozy sweetness. Baked in flaky pastry crusts, these pies were dense and substantial, meant to be served in small slices with hard sauce or whipped cream. In Victorian homes and early 20th century kitchens, mincemeat pie represented tradition and abundance. something you made once and enjoyed for weeks. The preparation was ritualistic, often done by grandmothers who guarded their recipes and aging techniques. Modern versions with no meat or alcohol cannot touch the depth of the original. The pineapple upside-down cake, a staple of American baking since the early 20th century, experienced a notable resurgence in the 1980s. Characterized by its caramelized pineapple and cherry topping, the cake's preparation begins with a layer of sliced pineapples and cherries at the bottom of the pan, covered by a rich batter that, once baked and inverted, reveals a colorful and enticing design. The availability of canned pineapples and the affordability of baking ingredients during the 1980s contributed to the cake's popularity. Innovations in non-stick bakeware during the 1980s also facilitated the cake's preparation, ensuring that the aesthetic appeal of the caramelized top was preserved upon inversion. The pineapple upside-down cake not only served as a delicious treat, but also as a canvas for culinary creativity, with many bakers experimenting with different types of fruit and spices to create unique variations of the classic recipe. Sugar plums were those mysterious confections immortalized in holiday stories, yet few modern cooks could tell you what they actually were. Real sugar plums were handmade candies consisting of nuts or dried fruit coated in layer after layer of sugar syrup, each coat applied and dried before the next, until the center was encased in a smooth shell. The process took days of patient work, dipping and drying repeatedly, until the sugar plums reached proper size and glossy finish. Inside might be an almond, candied ginger, or a spiced prune, each variety a different flavor surprise. During the Victorian era and into the mid-20th century, confectioners made sugar plums in quantities for Christmas, selling them wrapped in tissue paper. The vision of sugar plums dancing required knowing what they were, jewel-like candies in pink, green, and white that caught light like precious stones. As commercial candy took over, the art of making sugar plums faded, leaving only the name behind. What was once a beloved confection became merely a word. Chocolate fudge was the rich, dense square that anchored every Christmas candy plate, its glossy surface promising sweetness that delivered completely. Mothers combined sugar, cocoa, butter, and milk in heavy saucepans, stirring constantly while the mixture bubbled to the soft ball stage. The critical moment came after removing from heat, beating until it lost its shine and began to set required arm strength and patience. Poured into buttered pans and scored while warm, the fudge cooled into perfect squares that were dense, smooth, and intensely chocolatey. Some mothers added walnuts or pecans, while purists kept it plain to showcase the cocoa flavor. The texture separated homemade from store-bought, tender enough to bite through easily, yet firm enough to hold its shape. Children would sneak pieces before it fully set, knowing the slightly soft centers were the best part. Chocolate fudge represented the foundation of holiday candy making, the recipe every mother mastered before attempting anything more complicated. Oyster stew on Christmas Eve was the elegant tradition that brought families together before midnight church services. Fresh oysters were gently heated in butter and milk until their edges just curled, then seasoned simply with salt, pepper, and sometimes a touch of celery salt or mace. The result was creamy, briny, and luxurious, tasting of the sea with rich dairy undertones. Served in fine china bowls with oyster crackers and sometimes a pat of butter floating on top, this was celebration food that felt special without being heavy. In coastal communities and inland cities alike, oyster stew represented Christmas Eve tradition from the 1920s through the 1960s, something families ate before attending services or after coming home from caroling. The preparation was quick but required attention, and the ingredients were expensive enough to feel indulgent. Children often received their first taste of oysters this way, learning to appreciate their delicate flavor. Today, it has largely disappeared, replaced by heavier meals, but it once defined Christmas Eve elegance. Caramel pecan cake was once a classic centerpiece dessert, the kind made when someone really wanted to show off their best baking skills. The cake layers were soft and buttery, but the true magic was the caramel glaze made on the stovetop. It bubbled slowly until thick and glossy, then was poured over the cake while still hot, carrying chopped pecans across the top like little jewels. The glaze hardened just slightly as it cooled, turning each slice into a perfect balance of crunch and softness. Holiday tables welcomed it proudly, before store-bought caramel toppings and boxed cakes pushed it aside. People used to gather around the kitchen to watch the caramel come together, knowing it could burn in a heartbeat if you turned away. That kind of dessert required attention, care, and a quiet hour at the stove, things fewer homes had time for. But those who remember it can still hear that soft caramel drip down the sides and feel the warmth of a cake made with genuine effort. Millionaire Pie, known for its rich, creamy filling that typically includes pineapple, maraschino cherries, pecans, and sweetened condensed milk in a graham cracker or pastry crust, is a no-bake dessert that likely originated in the southern United States. The pie's filling is usually mixed together and chilled in the refrigerator until set, making it an ideal recipe for quick preparation without the need for an oven. During this time, variations began to include the use of whipped cream or cream cheese to enhance the texture and flavor of the filling, offering a more decadent and smooth consistency. The addition of coconut or different types of nuts was also a popular variation that provided an interesting texture contrast to the creamy filling. Springerl were those pale, embossed German cookies that looked almost too beautiful to eat, their surfaces pressed with intricate designs of flowers, animals, and Christmas scenes. The dough was simple: eggs, sugar, flour, and anise, but the technique was exacting, requiring the dough to be rolled, pressed with carved wooden molds, then left to dry overnight before baking. This drying step was crucial, allowing designs to set so they remained sharp after baking. The finished cookies were pale ivory with designs standing in relief like cameos. Families treasured their Springerl molds, carved wooden boards passed down through generations, each one a piece of folk art. The cookies were hard and dry, meant for dunking in coffee, their anise flavor intensifying over weeks of storage. Making Springerl required patience that modern cooks rarely possess: the overnight drying, the gentle handling, the precise temperature control. These cookies represented craftsmanship and a willingness to spend hours creating something beautiful. Rum balls were the adult-friendly treat that children begged to taste despite, or perhaps because of, being told they couldn't. Mothers would crush vanilla wafers into fine crumbs, then mix them with cocoa powder, powdered sugar, corn syrup, chopped pecans, and enough rum to bind everything together. The mixture was rolled into small balls, then coated in more powdered sugar, cocoa, or finely chopped nuts. No baking was required, making rum balls perfect for busy December days when ovens were already occupied. The flavor was sophisticated, the rum mellowing as the balls aged and integrating with chocolate and nuts into something complex. Some mothers made batches with less rum specifically for children, though kids always wanted the real thing. Stored in tins, rum balls improved over several days, the flavors deepening and the texture becoming more tender. They were passed at adult gatherings and tucked into gift boxes for teachers and neighbors, a candy that bridged the gap between cookie and confection. Molasses taffy pull was not just a recipe. It was a ritual of laughter and warmth that filled the long winter nights of the 1800s. Families would gather in the kitchen as the syrup boiled thick and dark, the scent of sugar and smoke curling into the rafters. Once the mixture was poured out to cool, the real fun began. Buttered hands pulling and stretching the golden ribbons until they turned pale and glossy. It was sticky work, but it brought people together in a way no store-bought candy could. Children giggled as strands tangled between their fingers, and adults swapped stories as they twisted the soft candy into ropes. When finished, the taffy was cut, wrapped in bits of wax paper, and shared as tokens of love. It was both a dessert and a memory-making event, a celebration of patience and play. Today, few kitchens see such scenes, but if you've ever pulled a strand of warm sugar by hand, you know it's more than candy. It's connection. Crepe cakes weren't as common. When they served them, it was always with style, dressed up with a little sauce or a sprinkle of powdered sugar to make them look as good as they tasted. Neapolitan ice cream sandwiches throw together classic flavors: vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry ice cream, squeezed between cookies or wafers. This treat took the old-school Neapolitan ice cream idea from Italy, where mixing up flavors was the thing, and turned it into a fun, easy-to-eat dessert. Having all those flavors in one bite made it super popular at family get-togethers and community events. It was a blast of color and taste that just felt like a party. But as the dessert scene got crowded with new, exotic flavors and gourmet options, these ice cream sandwiches didn't stand out as much. They were simple but effective, with clear layers of ice cream. Three-bean salad appeared at nearly every holiday gathering throughout the 1970s, its colorful layers making it as beautiful as it was economical. Green beans, yellow wax beans, and kidney beans were drained from cans and combined with sliced onions and bell peppers in large glass bowls. A marinade of oil, vinegar, sugar, and spices was poured over everything. Then the salad rested overnight while flavors melded. The result was tangy and crisp, each bean variety offering different texture and color. What made three-bean salad practical was its cost. Canned beans were inexpensive, and the salad stretched to feed crowds without straining budgets. It traveled well, too, making it a potluck favorite that arrived looking good. The dish required no heating and could sit at room temperature through long gatherings. Three-bean salad proved that simple preparations from pantry staples could earn places on festive tables alongside more elaborate offerings. Fried pies appeared on Christmas tables as portable desserts that stretched fruit preserves into something special, the half-moon pastries filled with whatever jam or dried fruit the pantry held. Pie dough was rolled thin and cut into circles, spoonfuls of filling placed on one side before the dough was folded, and edges crimped tight with fork tines to seal in the sweetness. The pies were fried in hot fat until golden and crispy, the filling bubbling inside while the crust shattered with each bite. Apple, peach, and berry were common fillings, made from fruit preserved during summer harvest when orchards and bushes overflowed with abundance. The pies could be eaten by hand, making them perfect for children and for taking to church gatherings where plates were scarce. Fried pies represented the genius of transforming pantry staples into festive treats, each one a small celebration wrapped in flaky pastry. The technique allowed families to serve individual desserts that looked impressive. Jellied cranberry mold was the shimmering ruby centerpiece that wiggled its way onto holiday tables, its rings and fluted shapes announcing Christmas had arrived. Cranberry juice was combined with gelatin, sugar, and sometimes chopped celery, walnuts, or orange zest before being poured into decorative molds and chilled until firm. Unmolding required skill and courage, a moment of tension as the gelatin released from its container onto the serving platter. The most elaborate molds created rings, stars, or Christmas tree shapes that drew admiration before the first slice was cut. The flavor was tart-sweet, the texture somewhere between firm and wobbly that either delighted or disturbed guests. Families served cranberry mold alongside turkey and stuffing, its bright color providing contrast to brown and beige. The canned cranberry sauce that replaced it never achieved the same festive presentation. Jellied molds of all kinds have disappeared from modern tables, taking with them an era when presentation required skill and patience. Jellied cranberry mold was the shimmering ruby centerpiece that wiggled its way onto holiday tables, its rings and fluted shapes announcing Christmas had arrived. Cranberry juice was combined with gelatin, sugar, and sometimes chopped celery, walnuts, or orange zest before being poured into decorative molds and chilled until firm. Unmolding required skill and courage, a moment of tension as the gelatin released from its container onto the serving platter. The most elaborate molds created rings, stars, or Christmas tree shapes that drew admiration before the first slice was cut. The flavor was tart-sweet, the texture somewhere between firm and wobbly that either delighted or disturbed guests. Families served cranberry mold alongside turkey and stuffing, its bright color providing contrast to brown and beige. The canned cranberry sauce that replaced it never achieved the same festive presentation. Jellied molds of all kinds have disappeared from modern tables, taking with them an era when presentation required skill and patience. Snowball cookies were those tender, crumbly confections rolled in powdered sugar until they looked like tiny snowdrifts, their buttery interiors hiding chopped pecans or walnuts. Known by many names, Russian tea cakes, Mexican wedding cookies, butterballs, they appeared on every Christmas cookie tray. The dough was simple: butter, powdered sugar, flour, and nuts, mixed until combined and shaped into small balls. After baking, cookies were rolled in powdered sugar while warm, then rolled again after cooling for a thick coating. The texture was unique, sandy and tender, dissolving on the tongue while leaving buttery sweetness and nutty crunch. Every family had their version, some adding vanilla, others almond extract. Snowball cookies represented Christmas baking at its most approachable: simple ingredients, forgiving technique, and delightful results. Grasshopper pie, known for its minty, refreshing flavor and vibrant green color, is a chilled dessert featuring a crumbly chocolate crust and a creamy filling made from crème de menthe, crème de cacao, and whipped cream or marshmallow fluff. This pie was inspired by the grasshopper cocktail, popular in the 1950s and 1960s, and the dessert version became popular in the following decades. The combination of mint and chocolate gives it a distinctive taste that contrasts with the crunchy texture of the crust, usually made from crushed chocolate cookies mixed with melted butter. During the 1980s, advancements in food coloring provided a more stable and vibrant green hue to the filling. Additionally, the introduction of various brands of crème de menthe and crème de cacao allowed for subtle variations in flavor intensity and sweetness, letting bakers fine-tune the dessert to their taste preferences. Chess pie was once the steady savior of holiday meals, a dessert every Southern household kept on hand because it never let anyone down. Made from sugar, butter, eggs, and a splash of vinegar or lemon, it baked into a dense golden filling with a soft crackle on top. Families turned to it when times were thin, knowing they could make something sweet from ingredients already in the pantry. Its flavor was warm, rich, and comforting, with a tang that made each bite feel special. For many, chess pie tasted like childhood and crowded dinner tables during cold nights. But as Thanksgiving desserts grew flashier and more elaborate, this simple pie slipped to the background. People chose taller pies, fancier toppings, and long ingredient lists. Yet anyone who has eaten chess pie warm from the oven knows its honesty is what makes it timeless. The refrigerator cake, known for its no-bake convenience, consists of layers of crispy cookies softened by whipped cream or pudding to form a cohesive, cake-like texture. The 1980s brought innovation to this classic with the introduction of flavored whipped creams and diverse cookie varieties, transforming the traditional vanilla or chocolate profiles into more exotic flavors. The typical assembly involves a strategic layering of cookies alternated with generous amounts of cream, which is then left to set in the refrigerator until the cookies absorb moisture and meld together. During this period, advancements in refrigeration technology allowed for better temperature control, ensuring that the cakes set perfectly and maintained their structure when sliced. Mincemeat pie was the quintessential Victorian Christmas dessert that lingered on American tables well into the 1970s, its filling a mysterious mixture of dried fruits, spices, sweet, and sometimes actual meat. Traditional recipes called for beef or venison mixed with apples, raisins, currants, and candied peel, all preserved in brandy for months. The preparation began in autumn, allowing flavors to marry before the holidays. Grandmothers packed the mixture into crocks, topping up with more brandy as weeks passed. The filling was spooned into pastry shells and baked until the crust turned golden and filling bubbled through decorative slits. Each slice revealed dark, jeweled fruit suspended in rich, boozy syrup. Children often rejected mincemeat pie as too strange, while adults savored its complex flavors that spoke of centuries-old traditions. By the 1980s, most families had abandoned the authentic version for jarred substitutes, losing the depth that only months of aging could provide. Floating island dessert served in crystal bowls was the Christmas finale that combined elegance with theatrical presentation. Custard sauce was prepared carefully, tempering eggs with hot milk until it thickened into smooth crème anglaise. Separately, egg whites were beaten with sugar until stiff, shaped into large meringue islands, and poached gently in simmering milk. The pillowy meringues were placed atop the cold custard just before serving, floating like snowy clouds on golden sea. Sometimes caramel was drizzled over for color and flavor contrast. The dessert was light yet rich, the textures completely different between creamy custard and airy meringue. In French-influenced American dining during the mid-20th century, floating island represented sophistication and proper technique. The presentation in glass bowls showed off the beautiful layers. Families served these at Christmas dinner when they wanted to impress guests while offering something less heavy than cake. Today's simpler puddings miss the visual drama and refined technique that made floating island genuinely memorable and special. Maple cream candy was the New England specialty that spread across America as families moved and carried recipes with them. Pure maple syrup was boiled to soft ball stage, then cooled and stirred vigorously until it transformed from glossy liquid to opaque, creamy solid. The stirring required patience and arm strength, as the maple crystallized slowly over many minutes of constant motion. Poured into molds or spread in pans and cut into squares, the candy had a texture somewhere between fudge and butter, melting instantly on the tongue. The flavor was pure concentrated maple, intensely sweet with that distinctive woodsy undertone that only real maple syrup provides. Children who grew up with maple cream candy considered it the finest sweet they'd ever tasted, nothing else quite matching its smooth richness. For families with New England roots, these candies connected Christmas to sugaring season and generations of tradition. Maple cream represented regional identity preserved through decades of December candy making. Candied citrus peel was one of the simplest luxuries of the old holiday season. Housewives would save orange and lemon rinds, boil them in syrup until translucent, and then roll them in sugar crystals that sparkled like frost. It was candy you could make from scraps, sweet, chewy, and bright against winter's dullness. The process was slow but satisfying, filling the kitchen with citrus steam and promise. Each strip of peel became a treasure, glossy and golden as it dried on wax paper by the window. Some cooks dipped the ends in melted chocolate, while others tied them up in muslin bags to share with friends. In households where nothing was wasted, this recipe was the perfect balance of practicality and beauty. Once cooled, the peels were stored in jars or tied up in ribbons and given as gifts. Each piece carried sunshine into the coldest days of December. Before store shelves overflowed with boxed chocolates, these candied strips were the jewels of Christmas. They tasted of care and invention, a reminder that joy could come from what others threw away. To bite into one was to taste both brightness and patience, a sweetness that only time could bring. Showing through the cookies, making every bite a mix of creamy and crunchy. Divinity is this super fluffy cloud-like candy that popped up in the US early in the 20th century. It's mostly whipped up from egg whites, sugar, and corn syrup, and often you'll find nuts like pecans or walnuts thrown in for a nice crunch. Making Divinity can be tricky because humidity can totally mess with it, but when you get it right, it's like eating a sweet, airy piece of heaven. It got super popular around the holidays because it's a blast to make with family and tastes like a festive treat. Over time, though, as quicker, easier sweets came around, not as many folks made it from scratch. Sweet potato soufflé was the showstopper that made guests gasp when it emerged from the oven, puffed high and golden like an edible cloud. Unlike dense casseroles, the soufflé required whipping potatoes with eggs separated carefully, yolks beaten into warm puree, whites whipped stiff and folded in at the last moment. The mixture was seasoned with cinnamon, nutmeg, and vanilla, sweetened with brown sugar, and sometimes enriched with bourbon. Baked in a straight-sided dish, it would rise dramatically, its top browning while the interior stayed impossibly light. Timing was everything. The soufflé had to travel from oven to table immediately before it could deflate. Children pressed their faces to oven doors, watching the miraculous rise with wonder. The texture was unlike anything else, simultaneously creamy and ethereal, sweet but not cloying. Sweet potato soufflé represented kitchen ambition, a willingness to attempt something difficult for the reward of witnessing that collective intake of breath around the table. Ham bone soup became Christmas dinner when the bone itself was the only gift families could afford, the remnant of someone else's feast transformed into a meal for those with less. Churches and wealthier neighbors sometimes donated ham bones after their own celebrations, and grateful recipients knew exactly how to honor such gifts. The bone went into the largest pot with dried beans that had been soaking overnight, along with onions, carrots, and potatoes from the root cellar. Hours of simmering coaxed every bit of smoky flavor from the bone, while beans softened into creamy submission. The soup thickened as starches released, becoming more stew than broth by the time it reached the table. Families ladled generous portions into bowls, knowing this single bone would feed everyone for days. Ham bone soup represented community and generosity, the understanding that sharing meant everyone could celebrate. Crown roast of pork decorated with paper frills was the showstopper centerpiece that made Christmas dinner feel truly spectacular. Butchers prepared these special roasts by tying pork rib sections into circles, creating natural crowns that stood upright on platters. The center was stuffed with bread dressing mixed with sausage, apples, and herbs, while the roast itself was rubbed with garlic, salt, and pepper before slow roasting until golden brown. Paper frills were placed on each rib bone before serving, creating a festive appearance that drew gasps when the roast arrived at the table. The meat was tender and juicy, the stuffing absorbed porky juices, and the presentation was genuinely impressive. In mid-century American homes, crown roast represented prosperity and celebration, something families ordered specially and served with pride. The carving was ceremonial, each person receiving ribs and stuffing together. Today's simpler roasts cannot match the drama and elegance, though the preparation required skill and confidence that modern cooks often lack. Date nut roll was that glossy cylinder wrapped in waxed paper appearing in refrigerators during December, a dense and chewy confection tasting like concentrated Christmas. The candy started with chopped dates cooked with sugar until thick, then mixed with butter, rice cereal, and mountains of chopped walnuts or pecans. While still warm, the mixture was shaped into logs, rolled in powdered sugar or coconut, then wrapped tightly and chilled until firm enough to slice into neat rounds. Each slice revealed a mosaic of nuts and golden dates, the texture somewhere between fudge and taffy. Department stores like Neiman Marcus became famous for holiday date nut rolls, but most families had cherished recipes passed down through generations. The rolls kept well for weeks, making them practical gifts prepared ahead of the holiday rush. Children often found them too sophisticated, leaving more for adults who savored their complex sweetness. Date nut rolls represented a time when Christmas candy meant more than chocolate. Creamed onions were the pearly white side dish that appeared in silver serving bowls at Christmas dinners across America, their mild sweetness balanced by rich bechamel. Small pearl onions were peeled by hand, a tedious job that left cooks weeping but yielded incomparable results. The onions were simmered until just tender, then folded into a sauce of butter, flour, cream, and sometimes a touch of nutmeg that coated each pearl in velvety richness. The finished dish looked almost like a dessert, the pale onions glistening in their creamy bath. Families passed the bowl around the table, spooning modest portions alongside roast beef or turkey. The flavor was subtle, the onions sweet and soft against the rich sauce. Making creamed onions from scratch required patience and skill, the sauce needing constant attention to prevent lumps. By the 1980s, frozen pearl onions and canned cream soups had replaced the handmade version, and eventually the dish vanished entirely from most Christmas tables. Spiced nuts were the Christmas snack that filled bowls at every holiday gathering. Whole nuts roasted with butter, sugar, and warm spices until irresistibly crunchy and aromatic. Pecans and walnuts were favorites, though almonds and mixed nuts appeared too. The coating was simple: egg white whisked with sugar, cinnamon, and salt. But technique mattered greatly. Nuts had to be spread in single layers and roasted slowly, stirred frequently while the coating set into a crisp shell that shattered between teeth. The finished nuts were addictive, each handful disappearing faster than cooks could refill the bowl. Families made large batches each December, packaging some in cellophane bags tied with ribbons for teacher gifts and neighbor offerings. The aroma of roasting spiced nuts filled homes with the smell of the season, announcing that Christmas preparations were officially underway and the holidays had arrived. Chestnut stuffing made from fresh chestnuts was the Christmas side dish that required patience, but delivered unmatched flavor and texture. Fresh chestnuts were scored with an axe, roasted until the shells split, then peeled while still hot to remove both outer shell and inner skin. The tender nuts were chopped and mixed with bread cubes, sautéed celery and onions, sage, butter, and broth, creating stuffing that was simultaneously hearty and delicate. The chestnuts added sweetness and meaty texture that no other ingredient could replicate, transforming ordinary stuffing into something genuinely special. The preparation was labor-intensive, with burns from hot shells considered inevitable, but the result justified the effort. In European and American traditions, chestnut stuffing represented Christmas luxury and the proper way to honor roasted birds. Street vendors sold roasted chestnuts throughout winter, making them associated with holiday celebration and cold weather comfort. Modern versions using canned chestnuts miss the subtle char and sweetness of fresh roasted nuts. This stuffing once defined Christmas dinner sophistication, proving that some traditions required genuine work and dedication. Meringue-topped banana pudding was the special occasion version of a Southern staple, saved for holidays when families wanted something a little grander. The pudding itself was the familiar mixture of bananas, vanilla wafers, and creamy custard, but the meringue transformed it. Beaten until glossy and piled high, it baked into delicate peaks that turned golden under the oven's heat. When brought to the table, it looked almost too pretty to touch, a cloud of sweetness covering a dessert everyone already loved. For decades, this version appeared at Thanksgiving gatherings, offering a soft and comforting sweetness after heavy meals. But as whipped topping replaced homemade meringue and instant pudding became the norm, this beautiful holiday version slipped away. It required patience, a steady hand, and the confidence not to over-whip the egg whites, skills many home cooks stopped practicing. Still, for those who grew up with it, one look at those browned peaks can bring back a whole lifetime of holidays. Sweet potato custard was the quiet soul of Thanksgiving long before sweet potato pie stole the spotlight, a silky baked dish that tasted like home even in uncertain years. Families loved it because it was simple and comforting, made with sweet potatoes, milk, spices, and a steady hand. It came from an older style of cooking that relied on patience rather than tools. When it came from the oven, lightly set and fragrant, its sweetness came from the vegetable itself instead of handfuls of sugar. Adults swore it softened even the hardest winters, but as shortcuts and store-bought pies took over, the custard was pushed aside as too plain or old-fashioned. People forgot that its simplicity was exactly its charm. No crust, no excess, just a warm, velvety dessert that felt like a hug on a cold evening. Today it appears mostly in memories and fading recipe cards, but reviving it once is enough to understand why it mattered. Ambrosia, made from scratch with fresh coconut, was the Christmas fruit salad that required genuine effort and produced spectacular results. Families bought whole coconuts, cracked them open, and painstakingly shredded the white meat by hand or with special graters. Fresh oranges were supremely segmented, removing every bit of membrane to leave only jewel-like fruit pieces. Pineapple was cubed, maraschino cherries were drained, and miniature marshmallows were added for sweetness and texture. The mixture was folded together gently and chilled overnight, allowing flavors to meld while the coconut softened slightly. The result was fresh, sweet, and tropical, tasting like sunshine during winter darkness. In Southern homes particularly, ambrosia represented Christmas morning tradition, something served at breakfast or alongside the main meal. The name meant food of the gods, and families took pride in their versions, adjusting fruit ratios and sometimes adding pecans or whipped cream. Modern versions use pre-shredded coconut and canned fruit, losing the textural contrast and fresh flavor that made the original so special and memorable. The chocolate mayonnaise cake, a novel yet beloved dessert, makes ingenious use of mayonnaise to replace traditional fat components like butter or oil. This cake's recipe typically combines unsweetened cocoa powder, sugar, and flour with mayonnaise, which adds moisture and richness to the cake without imparting a mayonnaise flavor. First coming into prominence during World War II due to rationing, this cake remained popular into the 1980s for its moist texture and deep chocolate flavor. The preparation involves simple mixing techniques, with mayonnaise added to the wet ingredients before combining with the dry, creating a batter that is notably smooth and easy to work with. Moreover, food manufacturers began to market mayonnaise specifically for its use in cakes during this period, highlighting its ability to create exceptionally moist desserts. Steamed plum pudding was the dramatic finale to Christmas dinner. That dark, dense dome carried flaming to the table with brandy blazing blue around its edges. Making one properly took weeks, starting with dried fruits soaked in brandy until they swelled with boozy sweetness. The batter combined sweet, real beef fat giving the pudding its distinctive richness, with breadcrumbs, flour, eggs, and pounds of currants, raisins, and candied peel. The mixture was packed into ceramic molds and steamed for hours until the kitchen filled with the scent of spices and spirits. Traditional families made their puddings on Stir-Up Sunday, 5 weeks before Christmas, allowing time for flavors to mature. The reheating on Christmas Day required several more hours of steaming before the grand presentation. Hard sauce, butter beaten with powdered sugar and brandy, melted into pools around each slice. The pudding was so rich that small portions satisfied, meaning one could serve the entire family. Liver pâté was the sophisticated appetizer that announced a household's culinary ambitions. Its rich, smooth spread served with crackers and toast points. Chicken livers were sautéed with onions, brandy, and herbs, then blended until silky and packed into crocks or molds to chill. The finished pâté was dense and intensely flavored, each bite delivering richness that demanded small portions. Some versions were topped with clarified butter or aspic that sealed the surface and added elegance. Families served liver pâté as a first course, guests spreading it on crackers while sipping cocktails before dinner. The flavor was challenging for some palates, but beloved by those who appreciated its complexity. Making pâté required good technique. Overcooked livers turned grainy, under-seasoned versions tasted flat. Liver pâté represented aspirational entertaining, when home cooks attempted restaurant-quality appetizers. It has largely disappeared from home entertaining, surviving mainly in French restaurants and specialty shops. Water, gravy, and biscuits became Christmas breakfast when there was nothing else in the pantry. The gravy made from flour, fat, and water stretched to cover biscuits that were the only food remaining. Bacon drippings or lard was heated in a cast-iron skillet, flour stirred in until golden, then water added gradually until the mixture thickened into gravy. Salt and pepper were the only seasonings, and the gravy was ladled over biscuits that had been split open to catch every drop. The meal was filling if not festive, and families ate it knowing that even water gravy meant they had something for breakfast on Christmas morning. The dish represented the absolute bottom of poverty cooking, the meal when every other resource was exhausted. Yet even water gravy was served on the best plates at Christmas, because dignity mattered even when the budget didn't allow for more. Water gravy and biscuits proved that love could make any meal feel like celebration. Wassail was the Christmas punch that filled homes with the scent of warm spices and roasted apples, a drink meant for sharing with carolers and guests throughout the holiday season. The base was typically hard cider or ale, heated gently with cinnamon sticks, whole cloves, allspice berries, and slices of orange studded with more cloves. Small apples or crab apples were roasted until soft and floating, bursting when ladled into cups. Some recipes added sherry or brandy for extra warmth and celebration. The drink was served from large bowls, often ceramic or silver, that became family heirlooms passed down through generations. Wassailing itself was a tradition. Groups would travel house to house, singing carols in exchange for cups of the warming brew. The word came from Old English meaning good health, and toasting with wassail was believed to bring luck. Families kept the pot warm on the stove throughout Christmas Eve, refilling cups as guests arrived and conversation flowed. Beneath the light and airy embrace of chiffon cake lies a tale of culinary rebellion, where vegetable oil daringly took the place of butter, forever changing the dessert landscape. Its popularity soared post-World War II as ingredients became more readily accessible and the American public craved new, lighter dessert options. However, as culinary trends shifted towards more decadent and visually striking desserts, chiffon cake began to fade from the spotlight. Its simplicity, once a virtue, made it less appealing in an era where complex flavors and elaborate presentation became paramount. Additionally, the health-conscious movement raised concerns about the refined flour and sugar content, pushing it further out of favor despite its lighter texture compared to butter-heavy cakes. Fried squirrel with milk gravy turned small game into Christmas celebration, tasting like hickory nuts and mountain tradition. December, squirrels were fat from fall acorns, their meat firm and flavorful. Young boys went hunting Christmas Eve morning, fathers teaching them to shoot cleanly. The squirrels were cleaned, cut into pieces, then soaked overnight in salt water. On Christmas morning, they were dredged in seasoned flour and fried in hot lard until golden crispy. Pan drippings became milk gravy, flour stirred into hot fat, then milk added slowly until thickened creamy. Families served this over fresh-baked biscuits. In Appalachian communities, Squirrel Christmas meant teaching children to hunt, to provide. Understanding food came from work. The meat was tender and slightly nutty, each piece representing hours in cold December woods. Mothers fried batch after batch, keeping platters warm. This wasn't poverty food, but tradition connecting tables to land itself. Tom and Jerry batter was once the Christmas cocktail that brought entire neighborhoods together for holiday cheer and warmth. This wasn't store-bought eggnog, but a labor-intensive creation requiring separated eggs, beaten whites whipped into stiff peaks, and yolks mixed with sugar and spices until they turned pale and thick. The batter was prepared days ahead and stored in the refrigerator, ready to be spooned into mugs and mixed with hot milk and rum when guests arrived. The result was frothy, creamy, and deeply warming, tasting like liquid Christmas with its blend of nutmeg, vanilla, and boozy richness. In Midwestern towns throughout the 1950s and 1960s, families kept Tom and Jerry sets specifically for the holidays, ornate bowls and matching cups that came out once a year. The drink represented hospitality and tradition, something you offered guests the moment they stepped through your door. Today, it has nearly vanished, replaced by simpler drinks, but it once stood as the centerpiece of Christmas entertainment. Angel food cake, a staple in American baking, is known for its distinctive light, fluffy texture attributed to its unique ingredient list that includes no fat, only egg whites, sugar, flour, and cream of tartar. This cake's origins trace back to the United States in the late 19th century, gaining popularity as a food of the angels due to its airy lightness. By the 1980s, it became synonymous with health-conscious dessert choices because of its low-fat content. Innovations in baking technology, particularly the widespread availability of electric mixers, made the process of whipping egg whites less daunting, contributing to its popularity. Interestingly, the cake's simple base became a canvas for a variety of flavor additions, from almond extract to citrus zests, allowing it to adapt to various taste preferences over the decades. Marzipan fruits shaped by hand were the Christmas candies that demonstrated artistic skill and patience with almond paste. Blanched almonds were ground with sugar and sometimes egg whites until they formed smooth, pliable paste that could be molded like clay. Small portions were tinted with food coloring and shaped into tiny fruits, complete with realistic details like apple stems and strawberry seeds. Each piece was painted and finished to look almost real, creating edible art that filled Christmas candy dishes. The taste was sweet and intensely almond, the texture slightly grainy but smooth. In European traditions, particularly German and Italian, marzipan represented both confectionery skill and Christmas celebration. Grandmothers would spend hours creating these tiny masterpieces, which were too beautiful to eat quickly. Children watched in awe as almonds transformed into fruit orchards in miniature. Today's commercial marzipan often uses shortcuts, but handmade versions once adorned Christmas tables as proof of dedication, artistry, and the magic of transformation. Pecan turtles were the candy that looked like their namesake, with pecan legs extending from caramel bodies topped with chocolate shells. Mothers arranged pecans in clusters on waxed paper, then spooned warm caramel over the centers, letting it flow between the nuts. Once the caramel set, each cluster was dipped in or drizzled with melted chocolate, creating the turtle's shell pattern. The combination of textures made turtles irresistible: crunchy pecans, chewy caramel, and smooth chocolate in every bite. Children loved helping arrange the pecan clusters, feeling like they were creating little candy creatures. The turtles required multiple steps and careful timing, as the caramel needed to be cool enough to hold shape, but warm enough to stick to the nuts. These candies were often saved for gift boxes and special occasions, their elaborate appearance making them feel more valuable than simpler confections. Pecan turtles proved that homemade candy could rival anything from expensive chocolate shops. Popcorn balls were those sticky sweet spheres that appeared at Christmas parties and were tucked into stockings, their buttery caramel coating holding popped corn in tight formations. Making them required cooking sugar and butter to the right temperature, then quickly tossing in popcorn and shaping the mixture while still warm enough to mold. The timing was crucial. Too hot and the balls fell apart, too cool and they wouldn't stick. Red and green food coloring turned plain popcorn balls festive, while some added peanuts for variety. Children loved receiving popcorn balls, their impressive size and satisfying sweetness making them special treats. Schools and churches made them for fundraisers, wrapping each in cellophane tied with ribbon. Popcorn balls represented American ingenuity, transforming a simple snack into holiday candy through sugar and skill. Carrot pudding with hard sauce was a humble dessert rooted in rural homes long before pumpkin spice became the official flavor of fall. Grated carrots gave it sweetness and moisture, while the batter steamed slowly into a soft, comforting pudding with warm spices and a rustic texture. What brought it to life was the hard sauce, a mixture of butter, sugar, and sometimes a bit of brandy, beaten until smooth and spooned over the warm pudding so it melted into every crevice. Families made it because it used simple pantry ingredients and fed many without fuss. It tasted like kindness, the sort of dessert you made when money was tight, but the holiday still deserved sweetness. Over time, it was overshadowed by pies, cakes, and baked puddings that were easier to prepare. Few people steam desserts anymore, and fewer still remember this one. But to those who grew up with it, carrot pudding still feels like a quiet piece of home. Cranberry orange relish made with whole oranges was the fresh Christmas condiment that required no cooking and delivered a bright flavor. Whole oranges, including peel, were cut into chunks and ground with fresh cranberries and sugar and hand-crank meat grinders. The mixture was vibrant red-orange, intensely tart, and slightly bitter from the orange pith. After chilling overnight, the flavors mellowed while the sugar dissolved, creating something that was simultaneously sweet, sour, and refreshing. The relish cut through rich meats beautifully, providing acid and brightness that balanced heavy holiday meals. In mid-century American homes, this represented modern convenience meeting tradition, something fresh and uncooked when everything else was roasted or baked. Children often helped feed cranberries and oranges into the grinder, watching the colorful mixture emerge. The raw freshness made it distinctive from cooked cranberry sauce, and families often made both, offering choice at the table. Today's reliance on canned sauce misses the vibrant flavor of fresh ground fruit. Congealed cranberry salad was the jewel-toned centerpiece of holiday tables, a shimmering mold that turned canned cranberries into something worthy of celebration. Homemakers dissolved cherry gelatin in boiling water, then folded in whole cranberry sauce with chopped celery, walnuts, and crushed pineapple for texture. The mixture was poured into decorative ring molds, then chilled overnight until firm enough to unmold onto crisp lettuce leaves. The result was stunning: deep ruby red with visible chunks of fruit and nuts suspended throughout like edible stained glass. Children watched in amazement as the wobbly creation held its shape on serving platters. The tartness of cranberries balanced the sweetness of gelatin, while celery provided unexpected crunch. This dish required planning and patience, qualities that defined holiday cooking before instant everything arrived. Today, it has largely vanished from Christmas spreads, replaced by simpler preparations that lack the artistry of waiting for that perfect gelatin set. Possum roasted with sweet potatoes was Christmas dinner that filled mountain families with pride. These weren't desperate meals, but traditional feasts prepared with care. The possums were caught in late fall after feeding on persimmons and acorns, giving meat surprisingly sweet flavor. The cleaning was meticulous, with possums scrubbed thoroughly and parboiled to remove wild taste. Then they were stuffed with sweet potatoes, onions, and herbs before slow roasting in Dutch ovens. The sweet potatoes absorbed rich juices while skin turned crispy golden. In North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia hollows, Possum Christmas meant honoring traditions stretching back generations. Grandmothers taught daughters proper preparation, passing knowledge connecting families to ancestors. The meat was tender and slightly sweet. Served with cornbread and greens, this was mountain fine dining representing cultural identity stronger than judgment. Bananas Foster, a flamboyant dessert known for its dramatic tableside preparation, has seen a decline due to the decrease in formal dining experiences and the rise of DIY dining trends. The spectacle of flambeing, while impressive, requires a level of skill and safety precautions that may deter home cooks. Additionally, the dessert's reliance on rich ingredients like butter, sugar, and rum contrasts with the growing preference for lighter, fruit-based desserts. The shift towards quick and easy recipes for home entertainment has also contributed to its reduced popularity. Nonetheless, Bananas Foster remains a beloved classic for special occasions, suggesting that with innovative adaptations, it could regain popularity among those seeking to recreate restaurant-quality experiences at home. City chicken appeared on Christmas tables across working-class neighborhoods where actual poultry remained a distant dream. Cubes of cheap pork threaded onto wooden skewers to mimic drumsticks. Butchers sold pork scraps for pennies, and clever cooks transformed these humble cuts into something festive by breading and frying the assembled skewers until golden. The name was pure aspiration. There was no chicken involved, just the wish for something fancier than what the budget allowed. Each skewer was rolled in flour, dipped in egg, then coated in breadcrumbs before frying in hot lard. The finished pieces looked almost elegant, their stick handles suggesting drumsticks that could be eaten with fingers. Mothers presented them proudly on Christmas platters, the illusion complete enough that children felt they were eating something special. City chicken cost a fraction of real poultry, yet delivered the same crispy-coated satisfaction. Sugar plums were the Christmas confection that inspired visions in children's dreams, though few modern people know what they actually were. These weren't plums at all, but small round candies made by coating nuts or seeds in layer after layer of hard sugar syrup, a process taking days of patient work. The center might be an almond, caraway seed, or cardamom pod, surrounded by a hard candy shell that cracked between teeth to reveal the aromatic core. Making sugar plums required a special pan that rocked candies gently while syrup was drizzled over them, building up coats gradually. Each layer had to dry before the next was added. The finished candies were stored in tins and brought out only at Christmas, their jewel-like appearance making them decorative and delicious. The tradition dated back centuries to when sugar itself was precious. Sugar plums represented patience and willingness to spend days creating something fleeting and beautiful. The pineapple upside-down cake, a marvel of sweetness and texture, charmed its way into hearts with its caramelized pineapple topping and moist cake base. However, as dessert trends moved towards more sophisticated and less sugary options, this cake's presence dwindled. The move away from canned fruit and processed ingredients, which are central to the classic version of this cake, in favor of fresh, less processed alternatives, also contributed to its decline. Moreover, the advent of foodie culture, which prioritizes novel and Instagram-worthy desserts, left the more traditional and less visually dynamic pineapple upside-down cake behind. Despite this, it remains a cherished reminder of past baking traditions, holding potential for revival with updated, healthier ingredients. Crackling cornbread with cane syrup was Christmas-side that elevated simple cornbread into something rich and celebratory. The cracklings, crispy bits of rendered pork fat left from lard making, were mixed into cornbread batter before baking, creating pockets of crunchy, porky richness throughout. The bread baked in cast iron until crusty outside and tender inside, its top golden and inviting. Served with dark cane syrup drizzled over warm slices, this combined savory and sweet in ways that defined mountain eating. In rural communities, crackling cornbread meant using every part of the hog, transforming scraps into celebration. The cracklings added protein and flavor that plain cornbread lacked, while cane syrup provided sweetness families couldn't always afford. This was Christmas abundance created from what others might discard, proving mountain cooks knew how to make luxury from nothing. Swiss vegetable pie was a savory holiday brunch dish Betty Crocker promoted when families hosted Christmas morning gatherings and needed something warm and impressive without being costly. It began with a crust, or sometimes no crust at all, filled with vegetables such as spinach, carrots, onions, or whatever was available, mixed with eggs, cream, and Swiss cheese. As it baked, the custard set into a firm, tender filling while the cheese melted throughout, giving each bite a gentle nuttiness. The aroma of vegetables and cheese drifting from the oven signaled a slower, quieter moment in the holiday. Families sliced it into wedges served beside fruit coffee and pastries, creating a breakfast that felt comforting and celebratory. At the same time, Swiss vegetable pie belonged to an era when home cooks relied on versatile recipes that could adapt to pantry ingredients while still looking elegant on the table. It faded from modern menus as brunch trends shifted and quicker options took its place, but it remains a charming part of Betty Crocker's Christmas history. It reflected a holiday morning built on softness, warmth, and gathering before the bustle of the day began. A chewy middle with a bit of crunch around the edges really made these stand out. Snowball cakes are all about that winter vibe, with their fluffy marshmallow filling and a coating of shredded coconut that looks just like snow. Inside, there's a chocolate sponge cake that keeps everything rich and interesting. These treats got their name from their cool, snowball-like appearance, making them a hit during the holiday season. They used to be all over the place as pre-packaged snacks from brands like Hostess, known for their fun and distinctive look. But as people started choosing more natural and less processed options, snowball cakes kind of faded out. They were usually wrapped up all. Clove-spiced ham with pineapple rings was the glittering centerpiece of post-war Christmas dinners, a dish that managed to feel both elegant and practical at once. In the 1950s, every holiday table wanted to look like a magazine cover, and this ham was the shining star, scored in neat diamond patterns, studded with cloves like jewels, and dressed in sweet slices of golden pineapple held down by red cherries. The glaze of brown sugar and mustard bubbled to perfection, coating the ham in a glossy finish that filled the kitchen with a scent no candle could imitate. It was a dish of showmanship, born from an age obsessed with hospitality and abundance after years of war and rationing. Housewives took pride in presenting something that looked grand, even if it came from a can or on a tight budget. Over time, though, the pineapple rings and shiny glaze became symbols of dated taste. Too flashy, too artificial for modern sensibilities. Yet for many families, that smell of cloves and caramelized fruit is still the scent of home, of laughter around a crowded table, of everything the holidays once meant. Date nut roll was the kind of dessert that made children hover anxiously around the kitchen, waiting for the moment it was sliced. It was not a pie or a cake, but a refrigerator candy, rolled by hand and packed with sweet dates, nuts, and just enough cookie crumbs to hold everything together. Families made it weeks before the holiday, storing it away in wax paper like treasure hidden in the back of the fridge. When you sliced it, the spirals of sticky fruit and crunchy nuts made every piece look like a tiny stained glass window, and the taste was just as memorable. It was sweet without being overwhelming, rich without being heavy, and easy to stretch for a crowd when money was tight. Making it was a labor of love, requiring time and patience that people no longer make space for. As store-bought candy boxes and pre-made sweets filled the shelves, the roll faded away, seen as too old-fashioned or too fiddly for modern kitchens, but back then it symbolized celebration, care, and the quiet excitement of a holiday dessert pulled from a cold shelf on a chilly evening. A little forgotten, maybe, but never undeserving of its place at the table. Syllabub whipped with sherry and cream was the Christmas dessert drink that blurred the line between beverage and pudding. Heavy cream was whipped with sweet sherry or Madeira, sugar, lemon juice, and sometimes beaten egg whites until it formed soft, billowy foam. The mixture was spooned into glasses and chilled, settling into layers with frothy top and slightly liquid bottom. The taste was boozy, creamy, and citrus bright, something between eggnog and whipped cream with sophisticated wine undertones. In colonial and Victorian Christmas celebrations, syllabub represented elegance and proper entertaining, something served from punch bowls or special syllabub glasses at holiday gatherings. The preparation was simple, but required quality ingredients and proper technique to achieve the right texture. Children received versions made with milk and minimal alcohol, while adults enjoyed the full-strength creation. Modern desserts rarely combine wine and cream this way, but syllabub once stood as essential Christmas tradition, proving that simple combinations executed well-created genuine luxury and memorable flavor. Peppermint bark layered dark and white chocolate with crushed candy canes into a festive treat that looked as beautiful as it tasted. Mothers would melt semi-sweet chocolate and spread it thin on waxed paper, letting it set until firm before adding a layer of white chocolate on top. While the white chocolate was still soft, crushed peppermint candy canes were pressed into the surface, their red and white stripes creating holiday color against the creamy background. Once fully hardened, the bark was broken into irregular shards that showed off the distinct layers. Each bite delivered the snap of tempered chocolate followed by cool peppermint that lingered on the tongue. Children loved the contrast of textures and flavors, the way the candy cane pieces crunched against smooth chocolate. Making bark required patience for proper tempering, but rewarded cooks with a candy that looked professional and tasted even better. It became a staple of cookie exchanges and holiday gift boxes, a treat that said Christmas without any words needed. Opera fudge was the sophisticated cousin of ordinary fudge, a creamy confection made with brown sugar and cream that achieved a texture more like fondant than the grainy chocolate version. The name suggested elegance, and indeed, opera fudge appeared at the fanciest holiday gatherings during the mid-20th century. Making it required a candy thermometer and patience, cooking the sugar mixture to precise temperatures while stirring constantly. The hot candy was poured onto marble slabs and worked with paddles until it turned from glossy to matte, from liquid to plastic. Flavored with vanilla and studded with black walnuts, each piece was a study in buttery sweetness with complexity to seem refined. Confectionery shops sold opera fudge in beautiful boxes, but dedicated candy makers took pride in producing their own. The technique was demanding. Cook too long and the fudge turned grainy, not long enough and it never set. When made properly, opera fudge melted on the tongue like a whispered secret. Plum pudding was a true old-world holdover, a dessert that lingered on some tables long after most American families moved on. Dense, dark, and deeply spiced, it was made from dried fruits soaked for days, steamed slowly, and served with a sauce rich enough to make the long wait worthwhile. To many families in the 1960s and 1970s, plum pudding tasted like heritage, a link to ancestors who carried their traditions across oceans. It was not a quick dessert, nor an easy one, and that was part of its charm. Holidays were slower then, and a dessert that took hours to steam felt like a fitting reward at the end of a long day. But modern kitchens lost the tools, time, and patience for steaming puddings, and the dessert quietly disappeared. Those who remember it recall the warm spice, the dense texture, and the sense of continuity it brought to the table. A reminder that holidays once held space for recipes older than memory. Vinegar pie filled the dessert spot on Christmas tables when eggs were scarce and lemons impossibly expensive. its tangy sweetness fooling children who never suspected the humble ingredient list. The filling required only sugar, flour, butter, water, and a splash of vinegar that provided the tartness usually contributed by citrus. Cooked slowly until thickened, the mixture was poured into pastry shells and baked until set, emerging with a custardy texture that rivaled proper lemon pie. The vinegar's sharpness mellowed during baking, leaving only pleasant tang that balanced the sweetness. Mothers guarded the recipe's secret, knowing children would reject dessert made with vinegar if they knew. The pie cost mere pennies, yet delivered satisfaction equal to fancy bakery creations. Vinegar pie represented Depression-era ingenuity, proof that chemistry and creativity could overcome poverty's limitations. Families served it proudly, creating Christmas memories that had nothing to do with expensive ingredients. Lebkuchen were those soft, spiced German cookies that arrived in decorative tins each Christmas, their tops glazed white and their bottoms covered in edible paper called Oblaten. Unlike hard gingerbread, Lebkuchen were meant to be chewy and moist, dense with honey, almonds, and a complex blend of spices that included cardamom, coriander, and anise. German bakeries had perfected these cookies over centuries, and immigrant families brought recipes to America, where Lebkuchen became Christmas traditions in communities from Wisconsin to Texas. The dough was made weeks in advance, stored in crocks to ripen before being cut and baked. The characteristic glaze was made from powdered sugar and water, painted on while cookies were still warm so it dried to a crackled finish. Families would order tins from German specialty shops or make their own following handwritten recipes. Lebkuchen kept for months when stored properly, improving with age as the spices mellowed into harmony. Butterscotch pie was the kind of dessert that made people stop mid-conversation when it was carried to the table, its glossy meringue peaks and golden filling catching the light in a way no one could ignore. The magic started on the stovetop, where sugar and butter melted together to create a deep caramel flavor that filled the kitchen with warmth. Once the mixture thickened into a silky custard, it was poured into a flaky crust and crowned with a cloud of meringue. Families loved it because it felt luxurious without being expensive, a dessert that tasted like a special occasion even on ordinary days. During the holidays, butterscotch pie was always one of the first things to disappear, with children fighting over the corner slices where the meringue browned just a little more. But as boxed pudding mixes and frozen pies became household staples, this stovetop masterpiece faded out. No one wanted to stand over a pot stirring carefully, watching for that perfect moment when the custard thickened. The world got busier, and the pie slipped quietly into memory. Yet anyone who tasted it fresh will tell you that nothing made with shortcuts ever came close, a lost masterpiece of sweetness and tradition. Lane cake was the southern belle of Christmas desserts, a towering white layer cake filled with bourbon-soaked fruits and nuts that made it legendary at holiday gatherings. The cake layers were tender and white, made with egg whites only, their delicate crumb providing perfect backdrop for the rich filling. The filling combined egg yolks, sugar, butter, raisins, coconut, pecans, and enough bourbon to make flavors sing. Some cooks added maraschino cherries for color. The mixture was cooked until thick, then spread between layers while still warm so it could soak into the cake. Fluffy white frosting covered everything, hiding treasures within until the first slice revealed those layers of golden, boozy filling. Lane cake was not everyday dessert. It was reserved for Christmas, weddings, and occasions worthy of the effort required. Named for its Alabama creator, the cake traveled across the South and became synonymous with gracious holiday hospitality that showed guests they were truly honored. Mincemeat pie was the spiced, boozy dessert that connected American Christmas to centuries of English tradition, its complex filling unlike any other holiday sweet. Traditional mincemeat combined beef sweet, dried fruits, apples, spices, and generous amounts of brandy or rum into a dark, intensely flavored filling that aged for weeks before baking. The mixture was spooned into pastry shells, often with decorative tops cut into holiday shapes. The flavor was challenging for modern palates, simultaneously sweet, savory, spiced, and boozy in ways that defied easy description. Families with English heritage maintained this tradition, making fresh mincemeat each autumn for Christmas pies. The commercial mincemeat that eventually replaced homemade versions was sweeter and simpler, lacking the complexity of the original. Mincemeat pie has largely disappeared from Christmas tables, replaced by familiar pumpkin and apple. Those who remember real mincemeat pie describe it with reverence as a taste of Christmas past. Almond bark clusters were the simple candy that turned holiday snacking into an event, combining roasted almonds with smooth white or dark chocolate. Mothers melted chocolate carefully, stirred in whole roasted almonds, then dropped spoonfuls onto waxed paper to set. The clusters were irregular and rustic, each one slightly different in size and shape, which was part of their charm. Children loved helping make these, the process simple enough for small hands yet resulting in impressive candy. The combination of crunchy nuts and smooth chocolate created textural contrast that made each bite interesting. Some mothers used white chocolate with dried cranberries for holiday color, others stuck with dark chocolate and sea salt. Almond bark clusters kept well in cool places, perfect for gift tins. This candy proved that sometimes the simplest recipes created the most beloved results. Fig preserves cake was born in the rural South, where fig trees were common and nothing went to waste. Housewives gathered ripe figs at the end of summer, boiled them down into thick preserves, and saved them for special occasions, especially Christmas. The cake was heavy, dark, and sweet, flavored with spice and syrup, and brushed with more preserves after baking for shine. Each slice tasted like the memory of warm sunlight carried into winter. It was more than dessert. It was the story of Southern thrift and generosity, of families who made something grand from what they had. The batter came together slowly, stirred by hand in chipped ceramic bowls, while the scent of molasses and cinnamon filled the room. When the first bite met your tongue, it was soft and earthy, with a sweetness that deepened as it cooled. People brought it to church socials, wrapped in wax paper, as both offering and pride. For many families, this was the closest thing to fruitcake they could afford, and it quickly became a holiday tradition. The figs gave moisture, the spices gave warmth, and the love gave meaning. Today, it is a rare sight, forgotten among simpler sweets. But in its day, fig cake was proof that homegrown ingredients could taste as rich as anything from a bakery. Baked pineapple casserole was the sweet surprise that appeared beside holiday hams, its tropical flavor providing brightness amid heavier winter fare. Canned pineapple chunks were combined with sugar, flour, and sharp cheddar cheese, a combination that sounded strange but tasted magnificent. The mixture was topped with buttery cracker crumbs and baked until bubbling and golden, cheese melting into strings that stretched with each serving. The dish straddled sweet and savory in ways that confused first-time tasters but converted them by second bite. Children loved its candy-like sweetness, while adults appreciated how pineapple's acid cut through rich ham. Some recipes added eggs for custard-like texture, while others kept it chunky. This casserole required minimal preparation but delivered maximum impact, making it a favorite of hostesses managing multiple dishes. Baked pineapple casserole represented the era's willingness to experiment, proving strange pairings sometimes became beloved traditions. Caramel biscuit pudding was the warm, mid-century dessert that transformed leftover biscuits into something rich and comforting during winter evenings. Betty Crocker promoted it as a thrifty yet elegant solution for holiday meals using torn biscuits soaked in a caramel syrup made from brown sugar butter and milk. As the pudding baked, the biscuits absorbed the syrup and softened into tender pockets of sweetness, while the top formed a glossy, sticky layer that crackled under the spoon. It filled kitchens with the deep smell of caramel-toasted bread and Christmas spices, making even small homes feel full of warmth. This pudding was a favorite because it stretched ingredients without feeling cheap, turning scraps into a dessert that tasted indulgent. Served with whipped cream or a drizzle of warm syrup, it felt like something special enough for company, yet simple enough for any winter night. Over the years, as baking trends changed, caramel biscuit pudding faded from holiday tables, replaced by quicker store-bought sweets. But for those who remember it, the dish represents resourcefulness, hospitality, and the magic of transforming everyday ingredients into something unforgettable. Stack cake with dried apple filling was Christmas dessert requiring community cooperation and weeks of preparation. This wasn't ordinary cake, but thin layers stacked with dried apple filling, creating towering centerpiece feeding dozens. Women began drying apples in late summer, slicing thin and laying on screens until leathery. Come Christmas, apples were rehydrated and cooked with molasses and cinnamon until thick. The cake layers were simple: flour, lard, molasses, spices, rolled thin and baked separately. Assembly was ceremony, each layer placed and spread with apple mixture. The cake sat for days, letting flavors meld into something slicing clean and tasting like autumn. In mountain communities, stack cake represented cooperation because neighbors often brought layers to celebrations. The finished cake stood tall, dark layers visible through golden apple filling. This represented mountain Christmas, patient, cooperative, deeply satisfying. The colorful and jiggly Jell-O salad once stood as a centerpiece of festivity, celebrated for its versatility and the playful splash it brought to gatherings. This dessert, or side dish, was celebrated for its versatility and festive appearance, making it a staple at gatherings. Its decline can be attributed to changing dietary preferences and an increased awareness of artificial ingredients found in many Jell-O products. The rise of whole food and natural eating trends made the gelatin-based salad, often loaded with canned fruits or vegetables and sometimes even mayonnaise or cheese, seem outdated and unappetizing. Furthermore, as culinary tastes evolved, the texture and concept of Jell-O salad became less appealing, replaced by fresher, more natural dessert options that reflected contemporary health and wellness trends. Oyster stew appeared on Christmas Eve tables across America, a tradition combining simplicity with subtle luxury during the holiday season. The dish required nothing more than fresh oysters, butter, milk or cream, and careful attention to timing. Overcook the oysters and they turned rubbery, undercook them, and flavor stayed hidden. Cooks heated milk gently, added butter until it melted into golden pools, then slipped in oysters and their precious liquor just long enough for edges to curl. Salt, pepper, and perhaps Worcestershire completed the seasoning. The stew was ladled into warm bowls, each serving containing several plump oysters swimming in rich, briny broth. Oyster crackers floated on top, adding crunch to each spoonful. The tradition had practical origins. Catholics abstained from meat on Christmas Eve, making seafood the natural choice. But the stew also symbolized abundance, a moment of quiet celebration before the feast to come. Families passed this custom through generations, the simple bowl becoming sacred ritual. Orange slice cake was a holiday surprise wrapped inside a dessert, dense and chewy with bursts of candied orange that lit up every bite. People loved making it because it felt playful, different from the usual pies and puddings. The chopped orange candy slices melted slightly in the oven, blending with nuts, coconut, and a rich batter to create a texture unlike anything else on the table. Children always recognized the taste immediately, since those little orange candies were a rare treat any other time of year. Families baked this cake weeks in advance because the flavor deepened as it sat, becoming richer and more complex with every passing day. It was the kind of dessert that made people smile before they even tasted it. But as candy companies changed their recipes and holiday traditions shifted towards simpler desserts, orange slice cake faded away. It was too old-fashioned, too sweet, too heavy for modern tastes, and eventually it disappeared from cookbooks and memories alike. Still, for anyone who grew up eating it, the flavor remains unforgettable. A cheerful dessert from a different time. Glazed ham studded with cloves and pineapple was the Christmas centerpiece that required hours of careful basting and patience. Whole bone-in hams were scored in diamond patterns, each intersection receiving a whole clove that would perfume the meat during cooking. Pineapple rings were pinned on with toothpicks, and maraschino cherries filled the centers, creating a retro but genuinely impressive appearance. The glaze combined brown sugar, mustard, and pineapple juice, brushed on repeatedly during roasting until it formed a mahogany coating that was simultaneously sweet, tangy, and slightly spicy. The meat underneath stayed moist and flavorful, the fat rendering into the glaze while the cloves infused subtle warmth throughout. In mid-century American homes, this ham represented prosperity and celebration, something families saved for Christmas Day when company would see and admire the presentation. Carving revealed pink meat glistening with glaze, and leftovers lasted for days, making sandwiches and casseroles. Today's simpler preparations miss the visual drama and layered flavors that made this ham unforgettable. Peanut brittle shattered into golden shards that caught kitchen light like edible amber, its sweet, salty crunch echoing through holiday gatherings. Mothers boiled sugar, corn syrup, and water to the hard crack stage, then stirred in raw peanuts that toasted right in the molten candy. Butter and baking soda were added at the last moment, the soda creating tiny air bubbles that gave brittle its characteristic texture. The mixture was poured onto greased baking sheets and stretched thin while still pliable, requiring heat-resistant hands and quick movements. Once cooled, it was broken into irregular pieces ranging from paper-thin edges to thick, nut-studded centers. The combination of caramelized sugar and roasted peanuts created an addictive flavor that children couldn't resist. Tins of homemade peanut brittle were given as gifts to neighbors and teachers, though families kept the biggest pieces for themselves. This candy represented December traditions when mothers spent hours over hot stoves creating treats no store could match. Eco-conscious communities for its minimal environmental impact and allergen-free ingredients. You usually just sprinkle some powdered sugar on top, and it's good to go. The moist, rich chocolate taste makes it hard to believe it's made without any dairy or eggs. It's just a smart, tasty solution when you're short on supplies. Snowball cookies are these awesome little treats that are perfect for the holidays. They're a type of shortbread packed with nuts, like almonds or pecans, mixed into a buttery dough, then rolled in powdered sugar while they're still warm. They end up looking just like little snowballs, which is super cute around Christmas. These cookies are favorites because they're easy to make, delicious to eat, and perfect for sharing, which is probably why they show up at so many holiday parties. They're known by different names around the world, but no matter what you call them, they're a sweet tradition. The dough needs to chill to keep the cookies from spreading too much. Pineapple upside-down cake was the 1950s Christmas showpiece, bold, buttery, and unapologetically glamorous. Housewives lined pans with pineapple rings, placed a single cherry in each golden circle, and poured sweet batter over the top. When baked and flipped, the cake revealed a glossy caramel glaze that glimmered under silver tinsel and candlelight. It was both dessert and decoration, proof that modern homemaking could be as stylish as it was satisfying. Pineapple was exotic then, a taste of faraway places, and serving it on Christmas felt like luxury. This cake captured that spirit of optimism, when color and sweetness were symbols of progress and cheer. Families sliced it warm, each piece crowned with its perfect ring, the sugar syrup dripping like honey. Though trends have changed and its retro shine has faded, one glance at that golden top can still make you think of laughter, bright dresses, and the hum of an old holiday radio. Old-fashioned molasses taffy was the dark, chewy candy that tasted like Christmas past, its deep sweetness connecting children to generations before. Mothers cooked molasses with sugar, butter, and vinegar until it reached the firm ball stage, the mixture darkening as it bubbled. Once cool enough to handle, the taffy was pulled repeatedly until it lightened in color and developed that characteristic chewy texture. The flavor was robust and complex, molasses providing depth that corn syrup couldn't match. Children earned their candy by helping pull, their arms growing tired as the taffy slowly transformed. Cut into pieces and wrapped in waxed paper, molasses taffy kept its chew for weeks. For families with rural roots, this recalled childhoods when molasses was sweetener of choice. Molasses taffy wasn't as popular as lighter versions, but nothing matched its rich, old-time flavor. Fruitcake cookies were the approachable version of traditional fruitcake, offering the same jeweled fruits and nuts in a format even skeptics could appreciate. The dough was rich with butter and brown sugar, studded with candied cherries, pineapple, citron, and generous handfuls of pecans or walnuts. Unlike dense loaves requiring weeks of aging, these cookies baked quickly and could be eaten fresh. The cookies were drop style, their rustic shapes showing off colorful fruits within. They kept well in tins, perfect for gift-giving. Some recipes included bourbon for depth, while others relied on vanilla and spices. Fruitcake cookies appeared when traditional fruitcake fell from favor, offering a compromise that preserved beloved flavors while abandoning the format. They proved that the best traditions adapt. Hummingbird cake was once a Thanksgiving showstopper, a towering southern dessert packed with banana, pineapple, and toasted nuts that made the whole room go quiet with the first slice. It tasted like sunshine and warmth even on the coldest holiday morning. Families made it because it felt generous, full of ingredients you saved for special occasions. The batter was thick and fragrant, spiced just enough to feel festive, and the cream cheese frosting wrapped everything in a soft, tangy sweetness. Every layer tasted like celebration. For years, it stood proudly among pies on Thanksgiving buffets, especially in the Deep South, where hospitality meant feeding people with your best over time. Though, it slipped into birthday parties and spring gatherings instead, pushed aside by pumpkin pies and chocolate desserts that dominated holiday tables. But those who grew up with hummingbird cake remember the joy of cutting into it, the way the fruit kept it moist for days, and how it felt like the dessert that understood the holiday best, abundant, warm, and made to share. A sweet memory worth keeping alive. Candied citrus peel dipped in chocolate was the Christmas confection that transformed waste into luxury treats. Orange, lemon, and grapefruit peels were simmered in sugar syrup multiple times until they became translucent and tender, absorbing sweetness while losing bitterness. Once dried, the strips were dipped in tempered dark chocolate and left to set. The result was sophisticated candy with intense citrus flavor, chewy texture, and chocolate richness. In European traditions brought to America, candied peel represented thrift and skill, using what others discarded to create something genuinely delicious. The preparation required patience and attention, with multiple cooking and drying stages spread over days. Families made these during December, storing them in tins for gifting and serving. The combination of bitter peel, concentrated sweetness, and dark chocolate created complex flavor that appealed to adult palates. Today's preference for simple sweets means candied peel has nearly vanished, but it once demonstrated how proper technique elevated humble ingredients into Christmas elegance. Saltwater taffy was the pull-and-stretch candy that turned December kitchens into family workshops, children and parents working together until arms ached. Mothers would cook sugar, corn syrup, butter, and salt to the hard ball stage, adding food coloring and flavoring before pouring the hot mixture onto greased marble slabs or baking sheets. Once cool enough to handle, the taffy was gathered into ropes and pulled repeatedly, the stretching incorporating air that transformed the candy from dense and dark to light and glossy. Children took turns pulling, their small hands working alongside their mothers until the taffy turned satiny and began to hold its shape. Cut into bite-sized pieces and wrapped in waxed paper, each taffy was chewy, sweet, and impossibly fresh compared to anything from the store. The flavors ranged from peppermint to vanilla to fruit, each batch a different color. Making taffy was as much entertainment as production, a family activity that created memories alongside candy. Tom and Jerry batter drink was the toast of every mid-century Christmas gathering, a warm and frothy cocktail that carried the hum of laughter and the glow of holiday lights. It was not just a drink, it was a ritual. Families gathered around punch bowls, the air heavy with the scent of nutmeg and rum, while someone carefully folded beaten egg whites into yolks and sugar. The result was a velvety batter spooned into mugs and topped with hot milk or brandy, frothing like a winter cloud. It was sweet, heavy, and meant to be sipped slowly while the record player hummed in the background. The Tom and Jerry was not for the faint-hearted. It took patience to make and could curdle with a careless stir. But those who mastered it had bragging rights, and each cup felt like liquid nostalgia. It was America's own festive elixir, a recipe that brought warmth to cold rooms and turned gatherings into memories. Back in the late 70s, Jell-O rolled out pudding pops, turning the frozen treat game on its head with something way creamier than the usual ice pops. Made from milk, sugar, and pudding mix, these pops were all about delivering a super smooth, rich taste. At their peak, pudding pops were so popular that they spawned a range of flavors, including chocolate, vanilla, and swirls. They totally stood out, thanks in part to those catchy Bill Cosby ads shouting, "Pudding in a pop." That marketing charm made these treats a big deal in households across the board. But even with their popularity, Kraft decided to cut them from the lineup in the early 2000s. They were trying to slim down their product range. The bright, fun packaging and that quirky non-wood stick are what a lot of folks remember about them. Harvard Beets brought deep crimson elegance to holiday tables, their sweet and sour glaze glistening like rubies under dining room lights. The dish took its name from the university whose color it matched, though the connection ended there. Cooks sliced cooked beets into rounds, then simmered them in sauce of sugar, cornstarch, vinegar, and butter until the glaze thickened and coated each piece. The result was simultaneously sweet and tangy, earthiness balanced by bright acidity. Some recipes called for orange zest or cloves, adding complexity to the straightforward preparation. The vibrant color made Harvard Beets a visual dream, adding drama to tables dominated by browns and beiges. Children often resisted at first, but the sweet glaze converted many skeptics. This was practical cooking too, as canned beets worked perfectly fine when fresh ones were unavailable during winter. Harvard Beets represented an era when vegetables were dressed up for company, transformed from everyday nutrition into worthy holiday companions. Which forgotten recipe will you bring back to your holiday table this year? Share your memories and family traditions in the comments below. Hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss another journey into the delicious past.